Go live. I think I've got everything that I need. Okay, hello. Welcome everyone. Welcome. Now we have a special guest today. We have Sam from Sam Scribble, and he's going to be helping me out with chat today. So please let us know if the audio and stuff is all sounding good on your end, because we just feels like this whole thing is duct taped together. So Sam's going to be keeping an eye on chat. I'm going to be looking at it myself, but Sam's going to be sort of reading out some stuff just to sort of keep the flow of things. We're just sort of giving this a shot. Now I can see Villager and Clarence. Welcome, my friends. Oh, well, these ones, yeah. It's the thing is, I don't know. I get a lot of questions around how do you find good reference and why do you pick? Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I don't really take that much time. This took me like 5 minutes just to use the old Pinterest algorithm and just that one will do, that one will do, that one will do, and then I really don't put a whole lot of thought into it, whereas maybe I should. I don't know.
Toki Almeida says, hey, using Disney characters as references, cool.
Yes, Toki, certainly am. Also, I was having a play last night doing some sculpting as well. So, sort of sculpting this guy a little bit. So, we could even use him as a bit of reference. But wherever pure ref is.
Diego says she is from Brazil.
Brazil. So what was that? Diego. Welcome, my friend. I'm so used to looking at chat. I've got to let Sam take over. So I've just got to focus on just having some fun. And the chat's going to be coming through my ears via Sam. It's going to be fantastic. Why don't you tell everyone a little bit about yourself, Sam?
Sure thing. Well, hello everyone. Hello chat. I'm Sam, a fellow Australian. So if you're hearing double, it's there's not two Bens. There's a Ben and a Sam today. I'm a professional illustrator here in Australia as well, doing all kinds of things from commercial illustration to all kinds of things, t-shirt designs, some work in the animation industry and all of those sorts of things, but here to basically keep Ben in flow state as much as I can.
Yes, sir. Now I'm just getting a warning from YouTube saying that I'm not giving them enough whatever. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What on earth? How's the stream looking, chat? I would like to know if they're talking, if they're lying. No, I'm outputting 7,000 kilobits. Yeah, let us know. Well, we've got some people saying hi, Sam, so we can see. At the very least, they can hear, which is good.
The Sean says, I'm actually working on a digital painting right now. Your live popped up and I had to check it out.
Awesome,
Clemency
man.
says that I'm pausing my homework to hang out here.
Oh, I don't know if I can condone that, but I appreciate it. What's the homework?
We've got CMG Villager saying that it is a bit hard to hear me. And Diego says, your audio looks like for me a bit low. Don't know if others are feeling the same.
My audio or Sam's audio?
Apparently your audio is good, mine's a bit quieter.
Right, okay. Let's see what we can do about that. All right, give that a go, Sam.
How's this now? Is that a bit better for everyone?
Whoa. Let's, all right, so I turned it up. We'll see how we go. Let us know if there's any other issues with it. All right.
Just keep us informed in chat, and we will keep an eye on it.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So today I'm just going to be doing some face studies. Just going to be having some fun, doing some face studies, and yeah, nothing super serious, nothing groundbreaking, but just having fun. How's the quality looking as well? I just want to know. To be perfectly honest, there's not too much I can do about it. I actually got a new laptop coming tomorrow, so these streams will be getting a lot smoother. Because this poor guy is bloody struggling right now. It's having a hell of a time.
Everyone in chat is saying that that's much better, which is good to hear.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so I'm just throwing some shapes down. I tend to do that, this ear. Oh, Photoshop is chugging. Because I've got Discord, Chrome. Let's close these Chrome tabs. Let's just keep the...
We are asking a lot. We are asking a lot of that computer on its final day.
I know, it is going to be its final day. Sick of it. Now, it served me well for many a year.
CMG Villager says that the stream looks good.
Beautiful. Awesome. Great to hear. So YouTube's lying to me.
And I Am Cookie says, hey, I made it. Hi, chat.
Welcome, Cookie.
So when you're starting off with these simple shapes, what are you looking for in the reference?
So I'm trying to just really, I don't know, iron out the details as much as I can. So here I just see triangle for the nose. Then I just see like this simple sort of swoop of the head sort of come down. Right, and then I'll move this ear back a little bit. And it's really just trying to simplify the shapes and not zoom in and not get into the details, because that's where you can get stuck and get into noodle zone territory. Which
it's
is
a no noodle stream this stream.
That's what we're going to try. We're going to try for. I might slip into it. you never know. Let's go for not.
Black Jam says, had that poor CPU in a headlock.
Mm-hmm. It certainly did. I mean, this is 2000. This computer is almost 8 years old. All right. So now I'm also thinking, because this is study time, right? I'm going to go as deep as I want into trying to understand some of these forms. So I'm just going to, you know what, I might even close Blender. I wonder if Blender's just clogging up everything. We can open that up later when we need it, instead of just having it there in the background. But even on this sort of side profile, right? I'm still thinking about the 3D forms, because they're going to... Everything's still in 3D. So we don't want to flatten out the forms as much. Or at all, really. That's kind of the opposite. Because even looking at these lips, right? If you think, what's a good illustration of this? No pun intended. Pun fully intended. That's all right. We can go. So if I'm thinking about the lips, I'm thinking about them if we center line it down. Right, so they've still got 3 dimension here. So I'm trying to think about if this is like a cylinder of the mouth, how would the lips sort of sit? Because there's another side to the lips, right? There's 2 sides to all of these shapes. And right on the edge is where they're going to make that transition. Alright, so I'm thinking both in 2D and 3D, like not simultaneously, but sort of swapping back and forth between the two. Because you can break this down, right? If I want to zoom in here, right? And we've got some angles here that aren't sort of super correct, so we can even come in and correct that jaw angle. But we can think of these as like triangles, right? You may have seen that being mentioned. Also, I just noticed chat is not the chat that we're after, so I'll just change that really quickly. It should be actually pop out chat. Thank you. And then remove chat, bring it back. Yeah, got it. I'm still struggling with this all the streaming stuff. It's a bit of a fuck around just to get a chat up. This one. There we go. Okay, we got the chat. The chat is...
Well, this will cheer you up. Abhishek says, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Abhishek.
Happy birthday, Abhishek. I don't know if it's rude to ask how old someone is. Doesn't matter. Happy birthday regardless.
This is where we need like a bunch of like stickers to like animate and shoot
know.
up everywhere.
This is the thing. This is where I want to get it to, right? I want to get it to just a broadcast event. It's not just a stream. We've got animations. We'll have all sorts of shit. It'll be good fun. But small steps at a time. We'll get there. But see, yeah, so what I was talking about with the lips, right? 2D. Thinking about 2D to begin with. But then very shortly after that thought, is 3D. How do they wrap around? How would this make sense? All right, this is more on the realistic side, but still slightly stylized. Now the eyes are even going to have, like it's in the iris. All right, if we think about the eyeball, it's going to be an ellipse. All right, this is a janky looking eyeball. All right, but it's going to be in perspective. If the eyeball is looking straight on, the eye will be circular. If it's looking up at that corner, to the left corner, it would be sort of facing that way. But because it's pretty side on, that's going to... What music have I got on? Bloody hell. I don't even know how well you guys can hear the music. But, right, so just throw it in there. Now the eyebrows... are going to wrap around their head as well. All right, they're going back into... Whoa.
CMG Villager asks, what's one thing you struggle to draw, Ben?
One thing I struggle to draw. Everything's almost a struggle in the beginning.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. Probably really awkward angles of things. So if I was to draw like a head, like a weird sort of angle or that kind of stuff, the foreshortened things give me struggles.
So things that are in funny perspectives or like really weird twisted 3/4 views or something.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. That can give me some struggles.
Emmanuel asks, who's the other voice? Hi, Emmanuel. It's me. I'm Sam.
There you go. You can
find my work at Sam Scribble. Got that in the chat there. We'll have to put up a little badge or something at some point when we get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Leanne says hi. Hi, Leanne.
Hello, Leanne. Welcome.
Oh, now I get to stumble over names.
Yeah,
Sklet.
there you go.
Goodness. SKLETTE, Sklet, says, what's up? I recently just discovered your Twitter. Your art is so nice. You're now my new favorite artist.
Oh, get out. Thank you so much, Sklet, was it?
Yeah, I'm hedging my bets and going with Sklet. Mameo says, hello, everyone.
Where? See, I'm not seeing any of these chats. That's all right. We'll keep it rolling. Oh, technical difficulties. Who was that last one?
Mameo.
Mameo.
Mamao.
Welcome, Mameo. Just doing some head studies. Need to loosen this cap. Give me a bloody headache.
Deshaun says, I have a really hard time coloring teeth. The shading, color, and lighting always give me problems, so I tend to draw characters with their mouths closed. Lol.
Don't, as Sam Does Art says, don't run away from your responsibilities. We don't want to be not drawing things because you find them difficult. You could think of really painting teeth just like painting anything. Right? It's going to depend on the lighting scenario, like how open is the mouth, all that sort of stuff. So if you could maybe abstract them away from just being teeth and just think of them as smaller 3D shapes, easier said than done, of course. But if I'm ever having trouble drawing something, I try and not think about the thing that I'm drawing, and think of it as just an abstract form or shape.
And that's definitely where those studies and those, just like you're doing it now, like the warm-ups and things like that, can really be helpful in thinking about them separate from a face, separate from, you know, a whole composition. Just doing them separately as a little study, a little warm-up, might get you feeling a bit more comfortable with them.
Definitely. Like this nose, I'm not thinking about it as a nose. I'm thinking, okay, shape. That's it. Where are all these shapes just sort of interlocking? All right, so that's all right. That's cool. We'll move on to another one. This guy had a unique head and neck shape, so I wanted to give him a crack. And I mean, we can do more. So here, okay, this is an example where I'm thinking 2D first, right? I just see this shape, like but there. I'm not worrying about all these little ridges or divots or anything. It's just but. All right, and then I see the ear. Again, I'm not going for like super accuracy or likeness necessarily. More like the feeling of the guy.
Abhishek says, "Can we see your face, Sam? Let's not tax Ben's computer too much on its final day."
Yeah, it's I would love to. I'm gonna have an M1 Max tomorrow, so we'll be able to sculpt, Photoshop, have 30 people in here all at once. Like it's nothing. But yeah, I like my strokes are very delayed at the moment, so doing any more video stuff I think would be not good.
Sklet says, "Damn you good, you got my name right. How about that?"
Good stuff, Sam.
Yuga asks a question. Publishing sketches is good or nah?
Publishing sketches, I'm assuming they're talking about like this sort of stuff, just like, and on social media. Where are we talking? Give us a little bit more, a little bit more context on that one, because I've got
See
some
if we
thoughts.
can get a follow-up answer on that one. But I'm assuming it'll probably be like posting this kind of stuff to, say, Instagram. If I was gonna do something in this sort of looseness, what do you think about posting that to Instagram, and how would you go about it?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it really depends what your I don't know, not everyone has to have a content strategy, but like your purpose for posting, if it's for you, if it's for getting your name out there job wise, if it's for building an audience, can really depend on why you would post certain things. For me personally, this sort of stuff is good for maybe like stories, where it's looser. There's not too much time spent on this kind of thing. But yeah, it's completely up to you. There's absolutely nothing wrong, and oftentimes you'll see that like sketches and stuff do better, whatever that means to you, but oftentimes get more engagement than like final finished pieces.
I must admit, I've definitely found that myself. That
yeah.
I have no idea what it is, whether it's something in the algorithm that favors it, but things that are incomplete or still have some line work, sketchy line work exposed, seem to do well. And I know you've talked about having the color picker in there seems to do something for your stories. Yeah,
it's for some reason, just if I throw the color, I think there's also something to be said about, okay, it's a work in progress, and it's like, I don't know, that an actual person is working on it someone's, it's like a work, yeah, it's like a work in progress is sometimes more, at least for me even, work in progresses are almost more interesting than the final result. But yeah, so yeah, why not like test it out as well? Test it, see if you get any feedback. I mean, the great thing is that it doesn't take too long, right? So if it doesn't do as well as you expect or whatever, it's like, all right, doesn't really matter. But then again, it comes back to what your goals are with the socials.
Yugo followed up and said, publishing a lot of good-looking sketches, not finished projects on social media, just to show my line to people.
Yeah, if you want to show your line, go for it, man. Or lady. I have a habit of saying me. But yeah, go for it. If you're looking to show off your line work, show your line work off. That sounds fantastic. Man, this lagginess is really making me slow down, which is a good thing, but it's also annoying. But it's good. But also really freaking annoying.
Clarence Art asks,
Yep.
do you know how we can practice working for someone? For example, concept art, color key artist, etc., when there's no one telling us what to do?
Yeah, good question. Well, look, I've got to be straight up with you. I've never worked like for anyone in particular, like I've in a studio setting, so I don't have really targeted advice when it comes to that sort of stuff. But if I were in your shoes, and let's say you want to do color keys for a particular studio, right? What I would do is I would just breaking them down on my own time, right? Breaking them down, studying them, and sharing your thought process. And that one gets your reps in, gets your practice going. And two, if someone happens to come across it and they like the way that you sort of broke things down, then that's a positive as well. Because there's more to just like making pretty pictures, particularly if you're working for someone, because you're a problem solver. When you're working for a studio, what I'd imagine is that they have problems and they need to hire you to solve them. Right? So... And it's like a 1-2 punch as well, like with content, because that's like interesting content as well. What you've found with certain color keys or certain characters or whatever you're trying to do. That's what I would do if I was trying to target a particular look, style, or studio, and I want to get their attention or even just practice. Just take it upon yourself to go and start studying, breaking down why they chose the decisions, or why they chose the certain colors. Can you put logic behind it? Can you find any interviews of these people talking about certain stuff? Do they have any courses going? So there's lots you can do.
And you're a big believer in sharing the thinking behind what you're doing on social media as well, so that people can see what you're actually thinking when you create.
If you want to do that, yeah. Like if you're... I'd say more so if you're... I don't know, interested in building a following around, again, it comes back to the goals, right? What do you want to share for? For me, I just like sharing what I've found, and it's turned into a business kind of thing as well. So, sharing my thinking and my way of breaking things down is both advantageous to me because it helps me learn, but also from a business perspective. But yeah, I think also if it's just purely for learning, trying to do something called like the Feynman technique, which is basically just if you can explain something to someone, then that's going to sink in to you and your way of thinking a lot quicker generally. So yeah, don't be afraid to share, but particularly if you're trying to like target studios and that kind of thing, that's what I would do. I'm not a recruiter, nor do I know any recruiters for studios, but I mean, I will say this: the studios that have done work for freelance wise, they came to me through Instagram because I put out content, and part of it was they liked my breaking down of things. It shows understanding, even if you don't quite understand, which I didn't quite understand things in the beginning.
It's like that, you know, when you're in school and your teachers used to say with your math homework that you had to show you're working out so that they could see how you were breaking down the problem.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
We've got a couple of people saying how much they love the eyes. Leanne says, love those side eyes. And Ugur says, by the way, love the way you explore and sketch. Nice eyes.
Now, are they talking about the drawing? Or
I don't know. You do have some lovely eyes, Ben.
I appreciate it. No, thanks, guys. Yeah, the eyes are fun, but I oftentimes have trouble. If I'm going to have trouble, I'm going to have trouble placing them in the face, right? Or on the face, in the face. I say in the face because their eyeballs are in the socket, right? So this, I don't know if you can kind of sense from my sketches here, but I'm kind of building. I like to think of it as building the sketch instead of just sketching and just going like and just like drawing stuff. I'm building it. It's like I'm building scaffolding for my future self in a couple of minutes, to then come back over and more accurately place shapes or make adjustments. I never know if what I'm saying makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's about laying something down first so that you're doing front loading some of that work, you know.
Yeah, because I mean you can't. There's nothing wrong with it, because I'll do that as well. Just straight up paint and just start painting and throwing shapes everywhere. But even with that, right, you can you start to sort of build. Even this line here, this helps me out a lot. It gives me a side plane, particularly if we were going to render this or paint this up. See, I'm just, and because like with my stylization, I like to have it based somewhat in reality. It looks the most natural, I think, to me. So, for example, like his Adam's apple is not that big, but I'll just like poke it out just that little bit more. Maybe this nose has a little bit more angle to it, right? Why? Just because. But it's there, the structure's already there. And we can make things bigger and smaller. But as long as we keep the structure there, it, I don't know, it tends to feel better, I think. I love 2D sketches that feel structural in 3D.
Skelett says, is it me or is the live shifted? It feels like there's a 2 to 3 minute gap between us and you.
2 to 3 minutes, bloody hell. I don't know if it's that much. Possibly.
There definitely is a gap, but it's just one of the things that we're working through today. So
yeah,
hang in there with us. And our man Abhishek says, I thought you installed Alexa's little brother Alexis for your live stream today, but I'm glad you've got a friend with you today.
Abhishek. Yeah, no, Sam's Sam's a good dude. And just trial running. See, I'll do this. I'll get lost. So this is where Sam comes in handy with asking questions, because we already got 2 faces down. Whereas I might have only still been stuck on the one. So
we will try and get through as much of the chat as we can, but obviously, when Ben starts to explain something, I want to let him, finish those thoughts so that people can have as much value from, what he's saying as possible.
Yeah, so it might be a bit behind in the chat, because I do like to meander and tangent every now and then.
Fisherman Gaming says, "Hello, Ben. Kumar from Malaysia."
Welcome, Kumar. Great to have you. I'm just going to...
Ugo says... Sorry, yep, go ahead.
No, I just got to close the window. Give me 2 seconds. All right, we're back. We're back. Sorry, go for it.
Ugo says, "How many years takes to become you?" I think he's asking, how many years of work does it take to get to where you are currently?
What it takes to get to me, I'm 29 years old, so about 29 years. But it's hard to say. I don't think anyone can really put a time gap or say this many years is going to equal when you get to any one particular person's skill level. You know what I mean? Because I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. On and off meaning some years I draw all the time and other years I only draw very little. So if you kept up drawing, like if we were aligned, right, and we had the same, if everything was equal and you kept drawing while I dropped off, then you would be like ahead of me in skill level. Right, so there's so many variables, and without seeing any work or anything, it's really hard to sort of gauge that. Apologies is not a fun answer. It's not probably not what you're after, but I can't bullshit you and say, a couple of years or 6 years or 10 years. It's it can take, I don't know. So it's a tricky question.
And it depends on your goals too, doesn't it?
Exactly,
like
right. You don't want to
be.
You don't want to be just like me. You want to be you. You're going to have your interests, your way of thinking, your perspective on stuff, right? So I would be focusing less on how long it takes, and it's going to sound cliche and people are going to roll their eyes. I'm going to roll my eyes while I say this, but enjoy the journey. Because I love the saying, I can't remember it exactly, but it's like the man that enjoys walking will walk further than the man who is walking for the destination, or something along those lines. And it's like very, very true. Because I was doing this, not sharing this with anyone for most of my life. I only started sharing this stuff consistently like 1.5 years ago. So I just enjoyed, and I wasn't doing it for trying to get work or anything. I did it just because it was fun and I wanted to get better just because. And I still do that. I mean, I'd be doing this work without the cameras on anyway. I just thought, why not? I want to get into the YouTube game. So throw the cameras on and see how we go. So, yeah.
Hugo had a suggestion if you could draw Bayonetta's face from the game Bayonetta.
Oh, I've got no idea who that is. I'm sorry.
I must admit, I'm in the same boat as you there.
I apologize. So probably not. today. But maybe there's a request day that I can sort of sort out one day or something.
Niley asked, do you work full time? I think he's referring to work in art full time.
I guess I don't know. I have such a hard time telling people what I do. Like, what do I? I'm basically all my income at the moment comes from my gumroad tutorial and workshops, and that's pretty much it at the moment. So I guess in that sense, yes, I'm working full time with art, but I mean, from the social media side of things, there's that whole side as well. So it's not just art. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that I've got to sort of keep up with. But yeah, it's interesting. Like I want to have this sustained where I just do this. Just be able to share, draw, paint, sculpt, animate eventually, and just sort of share the whole experience and bring you along for the ride. That would be freaking awesome.
Some people are asking who's the ghost talking, and am I a bot?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I've also got Clarence Art who asks, is Sam with you in the room or is it all online?
He's down here in the corner. No, so it's all online, and my computer's struggling with it. So he's going through Discord.
And here we go. What are we, half hour into the stream? We've got the question already.
AI art. I'm not even looking
Correct.
at chat. I'm not even looking at chat, and it was coming. It was coming. So what was it? What's the question?
CMG Villager says, I'll ask the boogeyman question. Thoughts on AI art?
I was actually having a chat this morning to, I don't know if you're familiar with, I believe it's Corin. I'm only familiar with his screen name, but Kizarilla on Instagram. I was having a chat with him this morning, and we were having a conversation around AI art, and we're both very aligned on our thoughts with it, where it's like, I don't know, it doesn't, like, the technology itself, like, I don't agree with the just scraping of copyrighted material. I think that's bullshit, right? First off. Secondly, I'm in tech myself, so I'm a developer, like software developer as well, right? And I love tech. So from a technology standpoint, it's fascinating to me, because there's all these different facets to it, right? You've got the copyright thing, which I don't agree with. Then you've got the concern about it taking our jobs, right? Or jobs from people, okay? Then you've got the unknowns, that you don't know what opportunities that it's going to give in the future. I was also having a conversation. Now, mind you, this is just off the top of my head. This is not a whole lot of pre-planning thought into it. It's just my sort of gut feel where everything's at the moment. There's also something positive to be said, potentially, about more people actually being exposed to digital artists, although maybe in not a fantastic roundabout way, because they're trying to use them to create Frankenstein styles and that kind of thing. There could be a subsection of these people that are using the AI that have discovered artists that they might not have otherwise, or even just been interested in art where they might not have otherwise. So there's laying the table there. That's that, right? jobs. As I said, I've never worked in a studio setting, so I don't know what it's like, where they're, let's say, I guess their thoughts on it, like it's going to be from a company to company kind of thing. But if you're thinking pure business, if there is a way to churn out a bunch of concepts faster, I don't doubt that companies in the future are going to utilize it. To what extent, I don't know. And anyone that tells you that they know what's going to happen are full of shit, right? No one actually knows what any of this is going to happen in the future, unless you can see the future, which I doubt any of these people can. You don't know, all right? So there is that possibility. I don't doubt that some jobs may go in the future, right? But what are those jobs? I don't know, all right? So there's that. Is there always going to be a place for people in art? 100%. I'm very optimistic about the whole thing. So I think there's going to be always a need for real people making art, real art, right? Now, say you're concerned about, what about jobs, right? What about, like, I want to be a concept artist or this or that in the future, and I want to do art as a career. How, is it even worth it? One, I personally think it's worth it. But why? The AI is going to someone's going to push an AI button, it's going to spit out something. Well, there's my thoughts here, right? My thoughts are, I skew towards, I hate the word, but more entrepreneurial endeavors, right? So this may, and I've seen a lot of artists mention this, but this was my plan, regardless of AI or not, is to actually start to take your income possibilities into your own hands and diversify both your skill set to make yourself more valuable, whether that, for an example, I want to get better at sculpting, concepting, animation eventually, you know what I mean? So actually diversifying, your skill set. But also, I think it's going to become more and more important to show more of yourself behind your art. Now, that could be in many different forms. What I'm talking about at the moment is maybe building an audience of your own. So you're independent from the one source of income that you may have thought of just working for a studio. It might push you to be like, all right, well, I'm going to create my own IP. Build an audience around that. I mean, you've got things like Patreon, Gumroad. It's very simple technically to sell things online, sell goods, sell all sorts of stuff. So I think artists will need to start thinking more entrepreneurially. But as I said, I was going down that route, AI or not, right? People will like artists because they're artists. The way I also think of it as well, if you can think of it in the context of, say, like chess, right? Magnus Carlsen. People love Magnus Carlsen, right? He's a celebrity superstar chess player. Chess has been solved by AI for years, right? If that logic followed through with art, or what the fear is. I know there are definitely differences. Maybe this is a broken analogy, but just off the top of my head, it's more interesting to watch Magnus play than just a computer just go bop, 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 bop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a very nuanced conversation because no one knows. Nobody knows. what it's going to hold. Personally, I think it's not something to throw away your dreams of art by any means. I think that's a crazy talk. I think it's to summarize, artists should, AI or not, start to become more entrepreneurial. Although it's not for everyone. I'm not saying that you have to, but that's would be my suggestion moving forward, or having that more so at the forefront of your mind than it may have otherwise been if you were just thinking about working for a studio or something like that. I don't know.
People are,
if that makes sense or not. Because that excites me, right? Artists being entrepreneurs. They're like nomads, doing their own thing, creating their own RPs, building their own audiences, supporting each other, getting random people that are supporting them, and different income streams from different, like all over the place. Content creation has become so much easier than it ever was. And it's only going to get easier and more accessible, right? What the fuck is this music? My apologies.
People are loving the way that you're talking about AI, particularly in
They
the
are?
chat. We've got some people, CMG Village are saying that they love your take on it, and Dozer saying, like, Stockfish is way better than any Grandmaster, but people still want to watch actual matches in reference to the chess analogy you just gave.
Exactly right. Like that's how I see it. Like, but if there was a job, for example, this is why I think the entrepreneurial angle is the way to go, and it's where I'm going. Again, as I said, regardless of AI. If there was a job to beat a chess game as fast as possible, you'd be silly not to use that AI, right? If that was just the job scope. But as you can see, there's a whole industry of just people loving the people, if that makes sense, in chess. The personalities, the drama, the this and that. Like, it's, again, might be a bit of a broken analogy, but I'm not super concerned with it. Kizarilla, that I talked to this morning, we have similar thoughts. And it's also why I don't know, this, for me personally, like, I agree with the copyright. I'm sorry, I don't agree with how the copyright stuff's been handled. I think that's bullshit. All right. Do I think it was was it planned to do that? I don't know if it was like intentional at the forefront of people's minds. I think it's moving so fast that people were just like build, and they just didn't put too much thought into it. I don't think they were like, let's fuck it. I almost think it was somewhat of a not even a mistake. It was just like a side thing. Just like, oh shit, it can do this. And then people just took it and ran with it. Actually, I've got a podcast episode that Francis and I recorded last week, particularly on this topic. So that'll be coming out sometime this week, because he comes from the technical side. But it's interesting. You can see, because I've got background in development and software. There's this new thing that's come out called ChatGPT. I don't know if anyone's heard of that.
Yeah, that's where it can basically write something based on a prompt. Is that right?
Yep. So they've had that for ages, but this is kind of like the next level sort of shit. It's like insane. And all the stuff where artists are saying, oh, my jobs, where are the jobs going to be, da-da-da. I see it. Exactly the same thing with developers. The same YouTube videos in the developer space, the same blog posts, the same fear-mongering sort of shit. It's exactly the same, because what you can do is you can go in to chat GPT and it will code for you, in a sense, just with natural language. So if I go, this might not make sense to anyone, but if I just go, all right, write me a to-do list app, like a CRUD, which is create, update, and delete, so you can add new to-do items. Also, 67 concurrents, new record. Anyway, if you create like a CRUD to-do list app, right, which you can go create, update, and delete in plain JavaScript, write that for me. It won't only just write that for you. It'll explain why it's doing stuff. It'll be like, okay, no worries. Here's the best thing for doing X, Y, Z. Like, I've used it in development myself. Whereas something might take me, I don't know, an hour or two to sort of fiddle on and noodle on. I just say, do this, do this, do this, and it just spits it out. And they say, no, I like it refactored in this language. Cool, no worries, just refactored in this language. And it saved me 2 hours, right? So developers are like, oh shit, if this is the beginning, will they need us as well? So it's not just, I think we can also become pretty siloed if all we're looking at is our own industry. Writers, developers, like writers, copywriters, like marketing, sales, that sort of stuff, that they're all having the same conversations. So I think there's also the I guess there should be a feeling of it's not like just the artists that are being affected by this as well. So the developers that are writing this stuff are, if the artist logics, or if the people's logic that, oh, where are all the jobs going, if that logic holds, then the developers that are writing this stuff to create the AI are potentially at risk as well. So it's an interesting time. I have no answers for it, but those are my thoughts moving forward. Become more or try and sort of become more entrepreneurial. At least that's what I'm doing. I'm not saying you do it, because it's, I don't know your situation or whatever, but I don't know. I would start thinking more and more about that, because it's freaking fun as well. Doing your own stuff, like, I don't want to work for clients in particular. Like, if I could do this and have this sort of sustain me, and not even just sustain and get by, but like thrive, fuck yeah. Who, I don't know, who wouldn't? Depending on the client as well. Then you sort of want to, if you do want to work for a client, it's because you choose to, not because you feel that need of like, oh shit, I need money sort of thing. But that's the goal anyway. Ramble over. My apologies.
No, that was good. That was good. Moving away from the AI talk for a second, there was a really great comment in chat by Carl Springer when you were talking about, how long it takes to be, how long does it actually take to get where you are. Carl said, I hear that a lot, but how do you learn to enjoy the journey? Striving to get better can feel like the opposite of enjoying the journey.
Very good point. I'm actually reading a book at the moment and listening to TED Talks. Actually, that's how I read a book. I'll ingest I'll listen to interviews and stuff of the author on the particular book. This book's called Grit, right? And I believe it's by Angela Duckworth.
Yeah, it's a great book.
Fantastic book. And one key thing that I actually was here listening to today was that, like, basically grit is, like, the TLDR is, grit is sustaining a consistent work habit on a overall goal for a long period of time. It's not like, oh, I did an all-nighter. I did like 3 all-nighters in a row and now I'm burnt out. It's like, no, consistently coming back day after day after day and working towards and doing deliberate practice, right? Not just sitting down and doodling and doing whatever, right? So that's lay the groundwork. That's basically what the book is about. But she was mentioning something around that most, say she's using Olympic athletes as an example. She was saying that most of them don't actually enjoy the training, right? Because to be successful, you've got to train your weaknesses. And oftentimes that's not fun. And I can empathize with that 100%. Because this right here, this is fun for me because I'm kind of in comfort zone mode, right? I'm chatting, I'm drawing. It's a study session, but it's just, yep, no like real, because if you see me go quiet and like my brow furrows and I'm just sort of in deep, that can mean one of two things. I'm in flow, I'm just loving it and it's fantastic, or I'm like, my CPU is just working on overdrive. And sometimes that can be really frustrating. And she was saying that. She was saying, yeah, the path to growth is often frustration, right? And it's oftentimes a good indicator that you're pushing yourself, because it's not always fun. Particularly if you're not producing the work that you think you should be. All right? Because I had a trouble with that, and I oftentimes have trouble with that, where I get frustrated, like, fuck, I should be doing better than this, but I'm not. Actually, I'll pull up this is a good graph to illustrate my point. I'm a nerd when it comes to this stuff. So, okay, this is my notes on the grit, but where was it? Is it forming habits or the art? So this is behind the scenes of my website. So this is what my website hooks into. Let me see if I can search for learning curve.
And is this the graph where it's basically like the knowledge of the subject overtakes your skill, and then your skill overtakes your knowledge, and it's just a constant up and down?
Yeah, it's a constant. It's a fucking constant frustration. Yeah. Learning curve. I believe it was Stephanie something. Yeah, I'm just googling at the moment.
That's all right. Let me fill you in on some things happening in chat.
Yeah. Go for it.
Because Shane's joined us.
Welcome, Shane.
We got so many people. Sydney, Sutherland, Spark Art. So many people are really engaging in chat. Abhishek turned 25. 25 today.
The big 2-5. Congrats, my man.
Eloise also stopped by.
Eloise, welcome.
Sunset Break said, is your mind blank when you draw, or are you thinking about something of the drawing?
It's barely ever blank. Unless it's like rendering or something that I'm super familiar with. But oftentimes, like, okay, for example, see, we're going off on a tangent. We'll call this Tangent Tuesdays, even though it's Monday, right? So here, when I'm like, I wasn't even thinking, because I was thinking about answering the questions and I just sort of went, right? But when I'm doing this, and as you're learning this, this is why I want to let you know that it takes time to do things. It's not quick. Like, you don't try and be as fast as me necessarily, because I'm still calculating the decisions. It's just I've gotten faster at calculating those decisions. Whereas if you're starting out, it might take you a little bit longer. For example, I'm looking at this sort of bridge of the nose, and I'm thinking of these as like planes, right? Just sort of as I'm sketching, I'm thinking plane, right? Front planes, side planes. Right, even with the side of the nose here, if I was doing this, I'm not just throwing lines down willy-nilly necessarily. I'm thinking all the time.
By planes, you're talking about the flat 3D side of an object. Is that right?
So if we look at the, hold on, I'll make it a bit darker. So I'm thinking about planes. So if you think of a cube, there's a kind of wonky cube, but each of these, they're planes, right? So, and there's kind of like infinite planes you can have. You can cut this here, and you can have another plane here, right? So here I'm thinking about, this is a plane, this is another plane, and this is another plane, right? And they're all facing different angles. Now, as you start, or if you're not familiar with thinking like this, it's going to take a while to get used to thinking in this way. But as I've sort of developed and learnt a little bit more, I can be like, all right, this is going to be lighter, this is going to be a little bit darker, this is going to be a little bit darker, and this is going to be a little bit lighter again, because it's sort of bouncing out, it's sort of rounding out, sorry. And then the side of this nose is going to be a little bit darker, but not as dark as underneath here. So that's kind of what's going on in my head. Probably a little bit faster than I'm talking. But it's all happening. I'm not thinking about nothing. And it can get
follow-on question
go.
Is Clarence Art says, how wide is your visual library in terms of costumes or other things you're interested in? But just thinking about that, like, every decision you're making comes from the visual library and the things that you've studied and the sort of practices that you're doing, just like this one, that help you when you're doing other studies, other work.
I tend to agree, kind of. Yes and no. Because I don't need a visual library necessarily. This is why I put so much stock in understanding 3D forms, right? Because let's say I want to draw, I don't know, an axe, let's say. I want to draw an axe, but I don't have a piece of reference of an axe, and I haven't looked at too many axes in my life. I've got a general idea of what an axe might look like, but I don't think I've ever drawn a character with an axe or anything like that. So I'm going to try and do it live here. Okay? So I know that there's a handle. There's going to be this three-dimensional shape that's a handle, right? That's a cylinder. I know how to draw a cylinder because it's a three-dimensional shape. I can imagine that it's somewhat of, looks something like that maybe, right? I can then break down. I know that an axe has, because I'm not looking, I don't see a picture of an axe necessarily in my mind. I'm just trying, I see like tiny little bits, and I'm trying to intellectualize what I'm trying to put down. So I know at the base level there's going to be a blunt side and a sharp side that's going to be a little bit larger on one end. Now, the sharp side generally has a curve, I guess. And this is where, like, who cares if I can remember this or not? Because if I need reference, I'll get reference. Or I'll draw a shitty axe. It's not a competition, right? I would not. This is why I always say in my Instagram posts, use reference. There's absolutely nothing wrong with using reference. All right. So then there's the axe might go something like this. I don't know. And then see, I'm getting lost. So I'm like, maybe an axe doesn't look like this. Or maybe we make it a more stylized axe. And then we have like some grip around this, or you know what I mean? Like this is coming from my head versus if I got a bunch of reference from an axe, it's going to look a heck of a lot better than this, right?
But I guess your point is it's all about building on those 3D shapes to begin with.
Exactly. It's building on top of stuff. Because that way, then you can just draw anything. Like, what if you want to, I don't know, build some crazy axe that isn't in reality? Well, you can mix and match different references and build it up from there. All right. So I'll put more stock in understanding 3D forms and being able to manipulate them in any which way versus trying to remember things. Right, and that's how someone like Kim Jung-gi worked as well. He had a massive visual library, right? But he also understood form. And I remember him saying that he wished that people could see the invisible lines that he puts down when he draws, right? Because everything that he drew, he started, like if he drew like a bot, like this is a pretty, like, what's the word? Contrived example. But say he was like just drawing a box, right? He would then use this as a basis to understand the ground plane, to understand stuff in perspective. And okay, now I can have something that's leaning against the box, maybe. Right? And then I can then have this thing, I don't know, something else is leaning against, like it's all building off of each other. So from what I understand and from interviews that he's had, he builds his drawings. He doesn't have this like vision necessarily. Like he wants to draw a tiger, so he draws a tiger. He knows how to draw a tiger, but more so, he knows how to draw things in 3D form. But that was my interpretation of it. I could be fucking completely wrong, but from his interviews that I've watched, that is my interpretation of how he works. All right, let's move on to another one. I love these tangents, by the way. These are good fun for me. All right, let's get.
It's just crazy to think about Kim Jong-gi and the talent that he had, but also just, you know, the fact that we lost him just a few short months ago.
Oh, it's bloody crazy, man. Like I was talking about him on a podcast the day before he died. Like he's freaking terrible. Absolutely terrible.
It was one of those things that, like, I opened up my Instagram, it was evening for us, and I remember I opened up my Instagram and I saw just a plain black and white text post.
Mm-hmm.
And generally when you see that come up on Instagram, like there's been some sort of statement or conspiracy from someone, or like it's never you know, a good thing generally.
Yeah.
And I saw that and saw that you passed, and I was in shock. I couldn't believe it.
I was just like, is this even real? Like I just sort of questioned it to begin with. I was like, all right. But yeah, it was this fucking music, man. I tell you what. Next, let's do some hip hop. Let's try something different.
Thunguns asks, Sam, where's your art at? Thunguns, I put a link in the chat, but you can find me on Instagram at Sam Scribble. Vishal asks, do you tell yourself not to zoom in?
Yes. Do I listen to myself? No. I try not to zoom in because it's not a good habit. Because I mean, if stuff isn't working at this level, then it's not going to be working at this level. You know what I mean? I think Ahmen Aldoori sort of demonstrated that really well. I saw one of his videos. It was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the trick is actually being able to stick with it and not zoom in and noodle away all the details.
Yeah, that's it. And the way to add details really is just to zoom in slightly and then go that level deeper, and then zoom in slightly again and then go a level deeper. At least that's how I'd do it.
So you're saying that there's like different layers of zoom that you have for the different like details and rendering that you have?
If I'm living my best life and I'm listening to myself, yes. Like for example, I'll stay out here with this guy. All right, he's looking off this way. His neck, blah blah blah. It's gonna be back here somewhere. His hand. All right, so super sketchy. Right, and let's say I got this to a level that I'm happy with. Even this lady here, right? Now, if I got everything at this level and I was happy with it, then it would make sense for me to zoom in a little bit deeper and then add details, like add more details versus going in first. So it's more of a habit that I'd want to stick to, less sort of like a rule.
We have a couple of people asking if you could move up the PureRef windows just slightly because you're
Oh, my big head is in the way. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There we are. There we go.
Thungun says low-key may take the Kim Young-yi course.
Go for it, man.
less edits. Any tips on improving stylized portraits?
Lots of tips. Where do I begin? um,
How about general likeness when you're approaching, a reference image from the very get-go? What are the first things you're looking at?
so really the head shape. If I'm thinking about likeness, it's going to be the head shape. All right, so this guy's got more of like a triangular face, and then you can stylize that up. And stylization is such a broad term. Like I don't even like really using it. It doesn't say anything. So you got someone that both calls themselves stylization artist, or they've done stylized characters. They can look completely different. Right? So for me, stylization is simplifying down what I'm seeing in real life to its sort of like bare elements and pushing things a little bit further than what they might usually be in the real world. Right, so I might even make this hand a little bigger. Zoom in for the stream, because I just got to be conscious as well. Like where I'd start with is actually pretty small, so I'm just trying to, for stream, I'll zoom in a little bit further than maybe I usually would.
That's because you're a nice guy.
That's right. And because I want to break my own rules, and it's a good excuse. No, it really doesn't help me at least to zoom in too early. So now I'm thinking about this wrist.
Carl says, I have to go because it's 3 a.m. here, but great stream. I bought your Gumroad vid as an Xmas present.
Oh,
can't wait to get started. Woo!
Awesome. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I hope you get a bunch out of it. And if I don't see you before Christmas, appreciate you popping in stream, and I'll hopefully see you in the next one. I reckon I'll do a couple more before Christmas though, so hopefully see you about the place, and appreciate the support as well. Thank you.
Can confirm it is a great course. I've been working through it myself.
I appreciate you, man.
Clarence asks, I do that every time. Clarence Art asks, am I the only one who doesn't like painting in more than 2 sittings because I get less attached to the painting?
Sorry, say that again?
Am I the only one who doesn't like painting in more than 2 sittings because I get less attached to the painting?
Yes, you're the only one. I don't know what you're talking about.
I
kind of get what he's saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
For me, I go until I'm happy with it. I couldn't care less how... That's something that I've had to work on, is being less attached to my work in a way. Because that's how I worked on this nose, right? Let's say I worked on this nose for like 6 hours. But it wasn't right. It made the face look weird, or the appeal wasn't there. It doesn't matter how long I've worked on it. If it's not right and if it's taking away from the piece, you've got to change it. It sucks, but it's just got to be done, right? Get out of here. So, yeah, for me, that's something I've had to work on.
I think that's maybe a difference between us, is that in terms of like client work, that teaches you very quick to, you can't be sensitive, and if something's not working, you have to get rid of it. But there is a point, like you only get so long to work on something. Yeah,
that's true. So it does depend. It's not just unless you're being indulgent like I am with this stuff. Like I can work on this guy for as long as I want, until this time tomorrow if I wanted to, you know. But there does come a time where it's like, okay, it's good enough. On to the next one. There's like a diminishing returns on how much you're working on it. But I guess what I'm saying is, as a general feeling with stuff, I would usually work through my mistakes, or if I'm feeling too attached to something but it's not looking right and I need to change it, I'm going to learn more by changing it, if it's a study, for example, or redoing it or fixing it, rather than like abandoning it. But again, that's all within reason as well. You can't just work on this one thing forever. I mean, you can, you do what you want, but with most things, it depends.
Thungun says, I think of all of my drawings as studies, so I draw fast and efficient as possible to maximize knowledge gain from each study. No need to draw the same piece over multiple sessions.
Cool.
That's definitely something that I'm playing around with. Actually, at the moment, I just had a fun little still life with some nice reflected light and things like that. And I painted that, and I painted it as a study first. And then what I've done is I've gone back and I'm, stylizing it. I'm blowing up shapes. I'm inventing things. I'm adding new things there. And it's teaching me a lot about pushing shapes, the way that you do, thinking about 3D.
Yeah, man. Like, I reckon it's really beneficial to actually go over stuff, because you'll find things that you didn't like when you did it, and you'll change it up, and things that you did like. And I think it's beneficial to do things more than once. But again, it depends. If you don't enjoy it, then move on to the next one. Or if it's like annoying.
Kyle Lord asks, do you make comics?
I don't. Doesn't mean I won't, but I haven't as of yet. I wouldn't even know where the first place to start with that.
I was just going to ask, what would be the topic of your inaugural Ben Edlund comic?
I don't know. I reckon it could be kind of cool, like doing tutorials, but in the comic, like with a story behind it.
Oh yeah.
Like if I'm trying to learn something, it's like, oh, all right, this happened, this didn't look right, this didn't look right. But then maybe like, oh, then I don't know, went and hung out with Ollie and Winnie, my dogs, and then I don't know. See, I don't even have an idea, but I think like, yeah, tying it somehow into what I'm doing, like from an education standpoint, I think could be fun.
How about Ben Edlund and the backwards cap of art mastery?
There you go. And I lose my cap, and this gives me all my powers. And then I go on adventures to find, or like I gain different caps for different skill sets. Like I get my blender sculpting cap, and then I get. Yeah, this is becoming a thing, isn't it? The cap is just something I'm used to always wearing.
Merch.
I know. I've got to figure out what that is going to be. It'd be cool because I would wear it.
If I do ever end up on video here, I'm just going to have to go out and buy a hat.
Yeah, man.
I can't be the only one here with like just letting my curls just hang out.
That's right. Oh man.
Rin97 asks, how often do you practice/study?
Almost every day. In some way, shape or form. Not always full on study sessions or anything like that, but if I can get in a day where I can study, that's something that I'll try and do. Like yesterday, I didn't do much drawing. Like I might have done a tiny little bit, but I spent most of the time sculpting, which is kind of adjacent to drawing in a way, where I can learn more about the forms and all that fun stuff.
And so with that, like if you've got like 20 minutes at the end of the day and you haven't drawn all day, you've been working in the business doing, various stuff and editing videos and stuff, but you've got to get something in, you've only got like 20 minutes. How would you go about doing something like that?
I would like niche it, or not niche it down, but like, holy shit, 77 concurrents. I would get something small, study something small. So instead of maybe a full head, maybe I'd do something like 80-20 it and get the biggest bang for my buck out of 20 minutes that I can, right? So maybe I just want to look at, okay, how would I create this lip and nose, right? Something, because I think that would be more valuable going deeper on something smaller rather than, oh, I've just got to quickly do like a face study and just do it really quickly. And I mean, that's fine as well. It's like better than nothing, but that's what I would do. I would be like, all right.
Do you keep it? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. Yeah, nothing.
Do you keep a digital sketchbook or an actual sketchbook that you go back to?
Not really. Basically everything that I do on stream and post and that kind of thing. Like there's a few things that I haven't posted just because they're quick little sketches, but like kind of pages like this maybe of just really random sketchy stuff. But no, not really. I do want to start keeping a physical sketchbook. I think.
See, I found that one thing you can do in Procreate actually, and I know lots of people ask about Procreate in the chat, but one thing you can do is you can actually set it up to have pages now and just group them together and actually keep like a digital sketchbook where you can actually flip through the pages.
That's cool. Yeah, I haven't popped into Procreate in a little while, but yeah, that's definitely on my stream to do.
It's great. Cool. I've been doing that, you know, just at the end of the day when I want to do some like, I just want to render a cube or something fun. You want to have something, you know, nice and textural that's nice and easy to do. I can just jump in there and I've just got a whole bunch of my, I've got a whole bunch of things there.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Like I recommend, like, I've never been one to actually keep a sketchbook though.
Yeah, me too.
I've always planned to. I always buy them, and I'm like, ooh, I got a new sketchbook, and then the 3 pages are done on it, and I'm just like, fuck, there's a waste of money. But
I am like a master at buying sketchbooks, and I am terrible at using them. I think I have maybe 6 or 7 that are in a drawer right now with plastic on them, waiting to be used.
The intention's good, but actually doing it is, and I even like if I was going to get a sketchbook now, I would just rip out a couple of pages and just scribble on it and just make it not precious, because there is that feeling of like, oh, brand new pages, like I'll just be like, fuck it, just ruin it, who cares, and then there's no like pressure.
And I think the next one I would buy, I would buy like a cheap one.
Yeah.
I would just go and buy like a cheap ass one, because I've done that. I've gone and bought like, you know, an amazing like moleskin thing, and then I open it up the first day and I'm like, oh shit, I can't ruin this. Like, I just spent $50 on this.
I'm not worthy of drawing. I've got to get better first before I draw on my sketchbook.
Exactly.
That's I'm with you, man. I have
Sugar Beats says, I love seeing your account grow.
Sugar Beats, welcome. Really love that study that you posted to Instagram as well. Really well done. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Sugar Beats also asks, how has your drum playing been going, and does it help you art?
Does it help me art? It helps. Not really. I'd like to say it does, but it doesn't. But it's bloody good fun. I get similar feelings from it, like flow. Like I get in, because I've played guitar for most of my life as well, and I've always loved. I'd always swap between like music and art sort of thing, and just being able to, because this computer's so old, if I'm rendering a video, I'll just be like, cool, all right, throw on the headphones, pop there, throw on some Blink-182 and play along with Travis. It's been so much fun, and I'm getting better. I can see progress. So it's that bounce back that is just, it's a tricky one, because it is really like a feeling thing. It's it's yeah. It's you can intellectualize it and be like, yeah, this is what it's got to do, but getting the feeling of it. I've been practicing on pillows as well because I've heard Travis Barker say that.
Yeah.
So you're not reliant on the rebound. So
I found if you can find that feeling and you can find it consistently, you can practice on it with anything. So
yeah.
like I occasionally, like if I have even like a little pencil in my hand, like I'll just get that feeling in my hand again. Or when I'm cooking and I've got like a wooden spoon, I'm, you know, mixing the spaghetti or whatever, I've just still got that feeling in my hand.
Yep. Yeah, it is 100% like that. And that's the I don't know, I love just learning things and trying to get good at stuff in general. I just like the practice of that. And it's just really fun to kind of be new at something and just start from scratch and figure out those 80-20 things and what's a waste of time, what's the highest value sort of stuff. It's, yeah, so much fun. Really, really good fun. And the feeling when you like hit it and like you get it to the beat and you're like, holy shit, I'm playing with Blink-182. Because I just go on YouTube and look up like Blink-182 drumless tracks. And it's, yeah, so much fun.
You should see what that feeling's like when you play something live, though. Oof. That takes that to a new level.
I can imagine. Like I've played gigs live myself, and that's like a different kind of high. It's like when you get like the big applause, and it's just oof. Very few things come close to that. It's yeah, I miss that. I miss playing live.
Tungun asked, Ben, in what ways, if any, does learning colour and colour studies improve the process of non-coloured art?
Colour and colour studies improve the process of non-coloured art? Probably none, I would say.
Maybe value? Is that what maybe where you're going with that, Thunguns?
Because if you want to practice value, you could do that with black and white. Like doing it with color, I don't think helps. Or maybe I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no, like a hard line, yes or no. This does help or doesn't help. But I guess getting used to maybe like the subtle value changes. Like here, for example, if I change this to black and white, if it wants to do it for me. Images, no canvas, grayscale, right? If we look here, there's such subtle value shifts, but because this mouth, like the muzzle of the mouth is popping out a little bit and the light's coming from above, this is ever so slightly darker than here, right? So getting used to seeing that, because this is more apparent in black and white. So that's why I say black and white will actually help you see this stuff more potentially. But then when you go to it's not as apparent. You have to really like think about it and get used to swapping back and forth between the color and the black and white. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense.
Sungun says, it was an odd question, I admit.
No, you're fine. No,
it's
no odd
probably
questions.
us and less of your question.
Yeah. Again, I always say these are only my experiences and thoughts. They're not right. They're not wrong. It's just how I'm currently utilizing a tool, an idea, a concept. So take what works and throw away the rest.
Eloise says, can I show you what I'm working on right now? I need your opinion.
Right now, probably not, because I want to just keep in the zone with this. Apologies, Eloise. But
the Discord might be the best place to throw that.
Throw it in the Discord, and maybe we can get some of you guys as well to give your thoughts if you're okay with that, Eloise. If not, then no one say anything.
I'm sure it's fantastic. Thungun says, Sam, is your IG the private one? No, mine's public. Sometimes people get mixed up. There's two S's in between Sam's and Scribble. But look, don't worry about that because we will link to it at some point.
Yeah, I'll throw it in the description when we get to a break in a minute.
Clarence Art asks, I kind of want to see your insight on character design in the future.
In the future, there's going to be like hoverboards. There's going to be spandex pants, shiny stuff everywhere. Or it's going to be super...
That's the 80s.
Yeah, or I was going to say, or it's going to be like porcelain, just like just white everything. There's going to be no seams everywhere, anywhere. It's just going to be, yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming they're talking about sort of workflows with like the different tools and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. I think there's going to be more of a need to, I don't know, this is just me personally. Again, I've not worked in a studio setting, but let's get rid of this axe. Where's the axe? Get rid of the axe. There's going to be a need to maybe diversify your skill set into maybe more of 3D stuff to sort of bridge the gap, because I've almost seen this kind of, there's this like separation. It's not a one-to-one example, but like in the tech side of things, there's like a UI designer and then there's a developer, and over the years those two roles have kind of merged in a way. UI design was very visual and just designery and moving shapes and pixels around, where developers are developers, right? They're coders. I almost see a similar dynamic with sculpting and, say, drawing and character concept art. You've got some people that can do both, lots of people that do one or the other. I think there's going to be more of a shift towards people learning, particularly with the tools becoming so accessible, learning more and like actually bringing your creations to life in 3D more and more. I don't know if that answers any questions, just more thoughts really, but I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you. Alright, I actually like the lighting on this guy, so I might have some fun and clean him up a little bit and maybe throw some colour on him.
Sugarbeat says, same with switching art and music. I've just been carrying a harmonica around. That's awesome.
That's sick. Yeah, I actually tried to learn the harmonica there for a little while. Long time ago though.
My grandfather played the harmonica, and when you see like a really good harmonica player,
oh, how good is it?
It is just, oh man, so underrated.
Yeah. It's just like the bending of the notes as well. It's like wow, wow. It's like, oof.
Oh. Oh my goodness, how about this question? CMG Villager asks, if you could never draw again, would you be satisfied with the work you've done now for Sam 2?
Hell no. I'm not satisfied with the work that I did like last month. That's going to be probably the same moving forward on forever, you know? It's always... you're always sort of, at least for me, I'm kind of embarrassed with stuff that I did years ago, months ago even. Not everything, but some things. That's an interesting question.
I'm the same. I mean, I would love to be noble and say that, yes, you know, everything I've put out there into the ethos is a great representation of what I can give to the art community. But no,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even happy. Like when I go back the next day and look at
Yeah.
my art, I'm like, oh, like seriously, was I drunk? Like while I
Yeah.
was doing that? Like
That happens
what the
often.
heck?
It's like, what? Where? Who did this? When did that? Like, this looked good yesterday. What the fuck? This.
Or when it's all slanted like one way, and you're like, what was I
then
like leaning or something?
You gotta do this. You gotta. Oh, I've done that. Yeah, where it's all. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's all. That's all a part of it. And that's why it's probably good. Like, that's why I've learnt to kind of take, I guess, more breaks, or just try and give it a day or so if I'm stressing out about something, or if it's just not looking right or the way that I want it to. It's beneficial just to get fresh eyes on it.
And I do that too. I build in a day, at least, where I'm just fixing up anything that might come about in the final stages. So
Yep.
making sure I've got a day to like flip the canvas properly, have a look, and make sure that there's no like glaring mistakes, because, you know, for quite a lot of my clients, that's print work.
Yeah.
Like that's going to be like printed on something, and then that's it.
Yeah.
There is no edit later.
That's scary. That scares the shit out of me. Print work.
It's the weird thing is like, I've had quite a few times where I've been like walking through a shopping center and I've seen like my work like
Yeah.
up on a wall or something. Oh man, it's nuts. It's the weirdest feeling.
Yeah. That's cool.
And I'll be like the only person to notice like a hidden artifact or like 3 pixels
Oh,
like in
yeah.
the bottom right hand corner or something. I'm like,
That's the
no,
worst.
everyone must hate it.
Yeah. Then you realize how little shits people give. Like we're our own worst critic.
By far. Sugar Beats asks, I want to get it. Well, says, sorry, I want to get a drum set. Drums are amazing. Also, who are you talking to? Did you
I
explain
agree.
at the beginning of the live? Yes, we did. Sugar Beats. I'm Sam from @SamScribble, and I'm just basically being a moderator today so that you can get even more value out of Ben while he can focus on rendering out some amazing studies.
Yeah, highly recommend the drum kit. So this guy's kind of like half and half stylized. Like it's more on the kind of realism spectrum, I guess.
We've got some people asking if you could zoom out the reference on PureRef just a little bit for the people drawing along.
Ah, awesome. Oh, also got people drawing along. Fantastic. There you are. Might even finish up the one that I started last stream as well, which was much more stylized.
Thunguns says, I recall hearing someone say studying color helps with the black and white art, but I may have dreamt it.
It may do. It may do. But my gut feel is that studying in black and white would help the black and white. More so, potentially.
Alawi says, it's on a server right now. My name is Alush Art.
Sorry.
In reference to the one that she would like people to have a look at.
Oh, cool. Awesome. We'll go check that out. Check that out in the Discord.
Thungun says that food render style is neato, Sammy boy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Dazzling Action asks, tips for posing hands.
Simplify. Simplify. I like to work on the palm first. Like maybe after the first initial gesture of just getting the basic idea of where the hand is. Work on the palm, the simplified box of the palm, and then sort of, as I've mentioned, I don't know how long you've been in stream for, but build up or build on top. Or build up the drawing basically. Build pieces on top of one another. But yeah, simplify.
And just on that, I've noticed that you do that like lightning bolt pattern to simplify ears. Where did that come about, and how did you figure that one out?
I think I actually saw Max Grecke do it, and I was like, that was cool. And then I just did it. And then I also saw a few other artists do it on Pinterest. But it's just like a real simple representation of like the little bit in front of the ear here. Like you can either do it curved, right? But I'm also trying to use it as something to show that there's 3 dimensions. Right, so just like say a cylinder, for example, I'm thinking about the ear as a cylinder, but like a sort of shallow cylinder, right? Or like a coin even. So if I can imagine that this is the cylinder there, it also helps. It's a little bit of stylistic flair. It also helps put like an angle on the ear as well. All right, maybe we'll use, sorry everyone, I'm going to zoom out, and I've got style reference here to help with simplification. All right, so I'm going to, let's see if we can take some cues from some of these characters and apply them here. See how quickly we can just make him stylized with some of the simplification that I've done already. You just take some cues with the Disney eyes.
Thunguns asks, tips for rendering eyebrows might come in handy with what you're doing.
Tips for rendering eyebrows. Well, you've got one mistake that I see often, and that I often do, is not taking into account that they are a 3D object that's going to be affected by light. So say if the light source is sort of here, or like coming down, let's say, onto the face, the lower part of the eyebrow is going to be darker, slightly darker than the top part, right? And that can bring a level of realism. And it depends what kind of eyebrows that you want to do. You could do the wispy ones, right? Or you can do the more like stylized, blocky ones. Regardless, they're going to react to the light source as well, just like everything else. Also keeping them in perspective. Alright, so I've got him looking concerned here, and I've got this eyebrow up more. This is going to wrap around the head. Alright, so it's just like here, you can see that this little part of the eyebrow is going to be on the side plane, meaning that this side of the eyebrow is more likely than not, sorry, Photoshop is being so slow, more likely than not going to wrap around as well. So we're not going to see this sort of angled part on the other side, and that can make it feel more realistic or just more solid and 3D. Alright, now we can just, because it's just a study, I'll just throw some paint on him.
Going back to our earlier conversation, Clarence Art says, oh, sorry, by the way, in the future, I mean general thoughts on character design on Instagram sketch notes format, not the neon lights hoverboard. So I think...
Oh, for myself personally, like character design.
Yeah.
Get you. So the future...
Here we are going all back to the future. And
we're getting...
Clarence Art.
We're going way too in-depth of what what he was asking. Yeah, man. There's probably going to be a lot more 3D stuff that I'm going to be referencing and sort of working on and referencing for 2D. So you're going to be seeing a lot more crossover 2D, 3D stuff, which is going to be really fun. I'm really looking forward to that. And people seem to like that as well. So I'll be doing more of that. What else? Going to be pushing expressions more. Wanting to really push even nuance in the expression. So this is a kind of regular thing that I do where I would put like an eyebrow up and an eyebrow down and sort of put the lower lids a little bit higher because it can give a little bit of character. But seeing if I can... sorry, getting... Come on, you can do it. You can do it. There we go. Okay.
Little Mac that could.
Oh, man. It's painful. But yeah, doing more of that stuff and really just more exploring, more exploration, pushing myself more, different poses. And just, yeah, continuing to try and have some fun with it. For me, that's one of the big things. So now I'm just going to go one layer with this guy. I'm not going to worry about breaking everything up, and we'll just do a more organic sort of study. I'm going to think about where... Then we might throw some color on him. I don't know, not making any promises. We'll see. So I'm going to try and... let's actually go back to our other reference. So for those that... Let's see if we can use the lighting from here and translate it onto this guy. Alright, that'll be fun.
Thungun says, I prefer Palm First 2 in reference to the hand rendering tips. He said, but when I do that, the finger size always seems to be off.
Okay. So sometimes as well, what I like to do if I get stuck is to draw a little blueprint of the hand. Because it depends if you're doing a realistic hand or like a stylized hand, right? I should really turn off this warm-up because it's no longer a warm-up. This whole thing is a warm-up. So do like a... Again, this is where preaching that thinking in 3D is so helpful. If I'm going to have this palm just as like a blueprint, right? And I'm looking at my hand, I'm saying, okay, the thumb is going to be there. The middle finger is going to sort of line up there, first finger there. And then the little finger sort of comes out there, right? If we can use this as a baseline and like refer back to it, that really helps me as well. So this is a kind of style hand that I'm going to do, and I'm going to be doing a lot of different hand poses or whatever. Doing something like this then allows me to break this down. And this is a mind bend, right? This doesn't happen overnight. But I can think, okay, this palm is a box. All right, so let's just start drawing the palm. All right, it's got this little triangle bit. Now, I might not draw all this to begin with. Like, as I get better and understand things a little more, I can shorthand all this, but I'll still might even be thinking about this without drawing it. But then we've got, okay, then we can break it down. We've got this triangle piece here. Well, that's going to fit in perspective. Maybe like around here. All right, then we can put in our fingers again in perspective, where they would go. Right, so you can see you can start to systematize and think about this a little bit more logically. All right, and also doing like a landmark, you're just looking at your own hand. What fingers are at what stage? Like this one's the highest, this one is a little bit lower, this one's lower again, and this one's the lowest. So that arc is going to have to follow through in perspective there as well. Right, so then
I think that's a really good point to remember, is that, like, you know, 3D models are great reference, but you've also, you know, you've probably got two hands of your own that you can like pose in any way you want,
yeah.
Take photos of them and manipulate them however you want, and hold them there while you draw.
Definitely.
Like, that's great.
It's something that is very underutilized, I think. Right, so you can start to see, okay, it's not the cleanest thing ever, but how you can start to, if you're having trouble with hands, break them down. Oh, I did it all on the one layer. That's all right. But starting with a blueprint can help.
Vishal asks, what's your preferred tool for traditional art?
A sketchbook with an iPad on top of it and an Apple Pencil. I don't do too much traditional art, but what I'm going to be doing soon is just work on my pen and ink work. So
like brushes, like pen, like
probably
ink brushes.
Probably both. So both, just like brush pens and felt tip, just to get more control and help out with this stuff as well. So that would probably is going to be my favorite. I haven't done much of that, or my preferred, and it's going to come back to that thing as well. It's going to be painful. It's going to be so frustrating because I'm not good at it yet. But it's something that is like that deliberate practice of, okay, I want to get better at this thing. The only way that I'm going to get better at it is by doing it. And it's going to suck for a little bit. I also like doing stuff, Like if I was going to do traditional, I'd like it to actually help my digital and vice versa. That even gives it more of a reason to do it or to work on that particular skill as well.
Bahar says, "Hey there, I really enjoy your art. You are amazing."
Appreciate it. Was it Baha? Baha?
Bahar. Bahar.
Baha. Welcome, my friend, and thank you so much.
Speaking of painful, there's been a great little back and forth here on in the chat where Clarence Art says, "I've just found your Instagram, Sam," and Thungun says, "Clarence, was his IG painful to find?" Playing on the last name there.
Oh god.
Abhishek says, "I liked before when Ben used to read comments and talk to us. It felt more humane. Now that Sam is here reading comments and questions, it feels more like AI." The rise of the AI.
That is what we're doing is the antithesis of AI. We've got more people in here rather than just one.
Abhishek says, "I'm missing Ben."
I'm here, Abhishek. I'm right here, my friend. Don't you worry.
Clarence Art says, "I guess it's also more fun so that Ben isn't talking to a screen."
That's right, and I can just keep going because there was a lot of stop start. I mean, we'll do like streams just me, and then we'll get Sam back, and like it's all a big experiment. But I'm enjoying it. I don't know about if Sam's enjoying it, but
it's been good fun.
It's yeah, it's good just to go for it.
Thungun says, "Sam needs to work out his voice box once in a while." That is true. That is true. Funguns also says, "I found JoJo Part 4 has done a spectacular job of capturing nuanced expressions, by the way."
Oh, is that what you mentioned the other day? I think you might have mentioned JoJo. I've got no idea what... I haven't looked it up yet, but I'm assuming it's a show or a book or a...
Sounds like it.
As I say, I'm not very cultured. With,
yeah, between the two of us, we don't have a whole lot of pop culture references.
No, I'm too busy streaming or working, putting out content for you guys. But there comes a time where you've got to consume some content. I'm not. I find it hard to sort of sit still and watch stuff. I don't know about you.
Same.
I need to do something. I feel like there's so much to be done.
Yeah.
I can't just... I don't know. I just have trouble doing the typical unwinding, I guess.
I have to be sketching or working on something on my iPad or whatever while we're watching something.
That's why I'm looking forward to this laptop coming in tomorrow, because I can actually work and not be at my desk, and I can be sitting with my partner and just like she's watching whatever she wants to watch or what we're watching. We're actually watching together Schitt's Creek again. Have you seen that one?
Look, we tried. We got like 5 episodes in and we just couldn't do it. Like, we just...
How dare you? It's so funny. I can't. I giggle all the time with it. Oh, I love it. But it's not for everyone.
Yeah, I've definitely heard, like, we've heard a bunch of people who loved it. And so we tried it and we just couldn't get into it. But then there was a whole bunch of other people that we know that were like that. And then, you know, there's a whole bunch of people who love it. So I think it must be one of those pretty divisive things.
Yeah, very polarizing. Because I was thinking about doing some caricature, or not, like some stylized stuff of different TV shows. Like, because we said The Office. Oh, do we want to do that today, maybe? After this guy, maybe I'll whip up a picture of Dwight and see.
Oh, yeah.
See if we can have some fun with that. Because I've drawn Dwight in the past and I didn't like it, but I posted it anyway. So I'll maybe it's my redemption. And then in a year's time, I won't like that. And then I'll do another redemption. See, so this is like using the base head shape and everything of this guy, and then simplifying these shapes down. As I say, I wasn't going for likeness, so these eyes don't really capture his likeness per se, but it's good fun.
Bahar says, I'm new in your channel and to Photoshop. Can you say why you make the character grey first?
For this one, Bahar, this is just a study. So I just wanted to do a grayscale study. No particular reason. I could have gone straight into color, but I can also go into color after as well, using different layer modes. So it's, I guess it gives me flexibility. And I just wanted to play around with the lighting to see if I could match the lighting of old mate over here.
Thungun says, ooh, is Ben a Peter Han style wannabe? Aren't we all?
Peter Han, with the felt tip pens and the line work. Yeah, man, he's fantastic. I think that stuff's so amazing. Beneficial. I love all fundamental stuff, just drilling the basics and just getting freaking bloody good with them. That's fun to me. It's less so a means to an end versus just like I'm just having fun getting better at the fundamentals.
Have you seen his chalkboard stuff that he's done?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Have you seen Will Weston? It's very reminiscent of Will Weston stuff. That's fantastic.
That's crazy.
I love Will's stuff.
And that's right. I remember, you talk about the fundamentals. I remember like when I first got into art, I was like, oh no, I don't want to do any of that, homeworky stuff. I want to get into the fun stuff.
Yeah.
And as I've gotten like older in my career and I've just been like, no, I just want to go back to rendering spheres and cubes and putting them at weird angles.
Yep. Because you realize what that unlocks. It's not the cube isn't the end goal. It's the understanding behind the cube and the spheres and the lighting that's fun.
Yeah.
It's the possibilities that it opens.
Thunguns says, got YouTube Premium so I can watch Ben Eblen streams while seeing art references at the same time for studies.
Get out of here. So hold on. So you got YouTube Premium so you can... Why couldn't you do that beforehand? Maybe you could...
I'm imagining mobile, so maybe he's
so
able
you can
to
close
have
it.
picture in picture. Yeah.
Very, very cool. Wow. You hear that, YouTube? Algorithm, pick that one up.
I'm just going to stumble all over this
Go
handle,
for it.
but Juan Etor says, Amy P3 is talking about you in her live.
Who is Amy P3?
I don't know, but she's talking about you in a live.
Well, you tell Amy that I say hello. I hope it's nice what she's talking about. Oh, if she's not, then don't worry about it. But Amy P3. I'm sure I'll be kicking myself when there's one thing, because I was talking to Kizarilla this morning, and it's like I don't know people's real names, because you just see avatars on social media or like the screen names. I'm like, I've got fucking no who. Oh, you're that person. Like it's, yeah.
You know what's it's just, it never ceases to crack me up is anytime I'm at like a networking event or a meeting or whatever, there'll be so many people that will be like, oh wait, your last name isn't Scribble. And I'm like, no.
Just say yes. No, yeah. No,
I reckon I should just change it now. I should just go to the post office and just get it changed for business purposes.
That's branding, baby. Just go all in. Just... I do regret putting Ben Eblin design, though, because it was originally going to be for like user interface design, and like I didn't even know what it was going to be, but then it just took off, and it is what it is.
It could have been worse though. It could have been like, you know, Ben's Happy Unicorns _1953 at Gmail
Bloody hell, dude!
Hotmail.
Yeah, I had one of those Hotmails.
Thungun says, yes, I can have YouTube on mini player on my phone while I access other apps.
Hell
Says, gonna eat. Thanks for all, boys. Thanks very much, Thunguns, for popping in.
Catch you later, Thunguns. Great to have you. You enjoy your meal. Speaking of, got a protein shake here.
I'm snacking on an orange in between questions.
Beautiful. Vitamin C. Very, very important.
We had a question earlier on in the chat, and I'm just trying to scroll back and find it.
Yeah, man.
Someone asked, do you have a schedule for posting content? And I know that you love talking about content, so I thought I'd give you a chance to go crazy.
Yeah, definitely. I probably should. I've got more of like a guideline versus like a set schedule. So I want to post maximum or minimum probably every 4 to 5 days. That's what's working well for me at the moment. Just I got a lot of stuff going on doing the live streams. I'd like to increase that to maybe every 2 to 3 days, and ideally even more. All right, Francis and I are even thinking about, because we come from the tech side of things, and we're business partners in our other company. Like we want to create tools to speed up content creation, because we're both really interested in it, and we want to sort of create software tools that are going to help the both of us to create more content, but not just more content of a higher quality, because it's easy to just like recycle stuff and kind of water it down in a way. Like there's ways to recycle things, and I think people can do that really well. But it's just like it's a manpower thing. It's like an hours in the day kind of problem to solve at the moment. So if there's a way to like even, I don't know, figure out how to make like 3 of me but in software form, and just do this, right? Do what I'm doing here and create the I guess the raw mineral of content, and then use software to mine the gold or create the content nuggets. That would be cool. But anyway, tangent way, because that's just been on my mind recently. Big tangent. No, I don't have a schedule. But yeah, I love content. It's all a game to me. It's a big game to solve. And like even like I'll show you even an overlay that I'm playing with. Content, so I'm thinking more and more about efficiency nowadays and how to get more out of doing what I'm already doing, if that makes sense.
And I think others in the chat, I mean, especially me, this could just be a selfish question, but I would love to know if you were going to take what you're doing now in these studies and you were going to organize them and lay them out in a way that's friendly to social media for the content creation side of things, how would you do that? How would you go through that?
Yeah, so that process has evolved for me over time. I would used to just like go one section at a time. But let's say I would want something to hold on to, like grip my teeth into, idea wise. Like what is it? Is it like doing this guy, right? Is it this guy from start to finish? Is it? So then I would say, okay, what about this guy did I struggle with a little bit? And it was like getting him to look a little bit stylized. It might not have seemed that way because it came together fairly fast, but that was a struggle that I felt. I was like, all right, I would break that down and start writing. I'd write notes first now. I write notes and try and articulate it in words first. And then that can help me spur ideas on how to visualize what I'm thinking about or certain topics and that kind of stuff. Then from there, I would maybe create a large canvas, like a long canvas, and just sketch out some ideas to begin with. Then I'd use InDesign. So I've got it all set. I went full nerdy with it. I've actually got a spreadsheet that hooks into a template in InDesign where it's just, if I just put the columns like the title, topic, like title description of up to 8 or 9 slides, leaving room for the time lapse and like the call to action at the end, that automatically imports into InDesign. So then I would do that once I've got the ideas going. Then I would export that as a PNG and put it into Photoshop, and then just scribble over the top of that. So it's a bit of a process at the moment.
Yeah.
But I didn't always do it that way. That's just sort of made it more efficient to get decent content. The way I did it before, like my first ones, was just in Procreate, where I just scribbled it out and just went with it, and then just did layer on layer on layer on layer, erasing stuff, writing stuff back in. Like I used to just hand write everything. Then I decided, from a user experience standpoint, it was sometimes hard to read. So then I went and did it more, like got the writing a little bit clearer, and typed it out. I even went as far as to like create a font of my handwriting, but I had to pay for that, and I was cheap with it. So I was like, bugger it, I'll just do like a decent font or whatever.
See, I'm having that same experience at the moment where, as we talked about previously, just trying to figure out new ways to show content and to tell stories, which is my big thing. And I was thinking about kind of laying things out in a bit of a story format, almost like a bit of a picture book.
Yeah.
And as I was starting to do it in Procreate, I'm like, you must have this laid out in InDesign in a way that you know which one's going to be, you know, which section is each slide and things like that.
Yeah.
Because doing it like just stacking layers and making things line up is a bit tricky.
You can get it done. Like don't make, this is after a year and a half of trial and error, right? So don't let that discourage you and say, oh, I've got to do the InDesign stuff first. Try it out, because you might find a better way of doing it, the way that you like doing it in Procreate. like a more efficient way or a different way of doing it. Like I did that for a long time, so you can get it. You can get it done. It's more so now I've got a system that makes sense to me. It makes sense to kind of streamline that. But by all means, give the if you want to dive deep into the InDesign stuff. I mean, even the spreadsheet isn't needed. It just is a little time saver thing.
Abhishek says, dude, you won't believe what just happened. I'm drawing along with you and I just learnt stylization. I don't know how... Sorry, I didn't know I could do that until now, but hey, I've drawn faster than you. Thanks for that, mate.
I take full responsibility and you're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
He says, in a way, it's my birthday gift from your side. A huge thank you. I love it.
Abhishek, my friend, it was always inside you. You knew how to do it already. You came to this stream knowing how to do it. But no, you're funny bugger. He's
if you've
that's
learned,
great.
Stylization.
I mean, I haven't learnt stylization yet. I'm still learning. So can you let me know? Maybe I need to get on your stream.
Great.
It's
you could teach me.
It's not like oh, sick, now I know how to do it. It's still a lot of discovery and trial and error. But that's awesome. That's a great feeling though, when it's just like something's kind of clicked. I don't entirely know necessarily what it is sometimes. I'm just like, oh, this is okay. Now it's a time to hold on to that and maybe even study what you've done already again and again and again. So it can sort of like lock in. Or just
I find that.
Yeah. Or just enjoy your birthday and just ride it. Ride that high. Baby, just fucking keep going.
Oh man, it's you know, you were talking a lot about how much you just love the process of learning.
Yeah.
And
sounds so nerdy, but it's true.
I understand that. So for instance, like for me, when I take my one day during the week as my weekend, I go and play golf, which is like the ultimate forever learning thing. Like it's like trying to learn stylization, right? Like there is no, you can never have learnt golf, right? Like it's just, it's going to forever beat you. And then you end up one day being like, man, I think I unlocked it. Like, I think I fixed it. Like, you know, every week you feel like, oh, I found that thing. Like, I'm done. Like, that's it. I'm going to go, you know, be the next pro.
Yeah, man.
And then the next week you're out there on the course and you're like, what the heck?
What the
like,
fuck? What? Where did that go? Yeah, man. So Abhishek, if that happens, don't stress. That happens to me constantly. You have a great drawing session and then you come back the next session and it's not there. Don't worry about it. If it's been there before, it'll happen again. This too shall pass. I'm not preempting that you're going to be frustrated in the future. I don't want to put that out there, but if it happens, don't stress because it's happened to me many a time.
Music 9 Play says, oh my God, I love your style.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Music 9. Let's get an indication maybe of some of these specular highlights.
J. Ron says, the person who just learnt to stylize will go on to be a prolific artist.
I hope so.
And we'll happily take 10% of all of the commissions going forward.
10, dude. You're selling yourself short. 50-50 or nothing. Nah, that's great, Abhishek. Particularly on your birthday as well. That's fantastic.
Dazzling Action says, make 10,000 bad drawings.
Yep. I agree with that. And of those 10,000, probably 9,999 you didn't want them to turn out bad, but that's how they did. There's never really a goal necessarily to make bad drawings, but it happens. And that is completely fine. See this sort of
So-
stuff, right? Sorry, go Sam,
Yeah, no. I was just going to ask, with this sort of value stuff that you're doing, how do you eyeball the value from, what's already a color reference, which can, mess with our eyes a little bit to see sort of what the value is? How do you kind of pick out, how bright things are or how dark things are?
Yeah, so it's again a bit of a guessing game because everything's relative. These values are not exactly the same as this guy's values. I have an understanding to a certain degree of, all right, where is the light source coming from? I can get that. So basically the reference here, tangent time, the reference here is leaving clues for us, okay? So what direction is the light source? So we can see the shadow here, right? The shadow is sort of coming this way, so we can see that the light source is sort of coming down from the left to the right. So I can make that note, that mental note. So everything on this side is going to be darker. Make that mental note and start sort of sketching that in. Now, it's pretty. The shadows are pretty hard, so it's a certain type of light. I will show you in Blender. Now we'll open Blender. Let us take a moment to pray to the Apple Lords that my computer doesn't break when I open Blender. Fingers crossed.
In the distance, Ben's new laptop yearns for him.
Oh, I hear it. I hear it calling. I'm going to be first in line at the bloody Apple store. Cannot wait. So, we've got this guy. See, this is what I was sculpting up last night. If we throw on cycles. Okay. So this is why like 3D is so useful, because you can like experiment with this sort of stuff. So we've got, if I throw on the light source here, so we've got a big diffuse light source up here, right? So if I turn this light source off, see, so it's just a big diffuse light source. It's pretty grainy at the moment, so bear with it. But this is just to add some ambient light, right? But then I've brought this little point light here that you can see right here. Now we can play around with this light and see what different light sources will do and how they affect the shadows, all right? So for example, under his nose, if we make this light source smaller, you look how much sharper those shadows get, even on his neck. Down here, right? So that's almost a very similar kind of light source to what we've got going on here. And if we move it more there, then we can see more of the brow. This is going to be so clear on the new laptop. It's just going to render and it's going to be fantastic. But hopefully you understand what I'm saying. So you can see here that the shadows are pretty sharp. The larger the light source, we open this radius up. Look how diffuse those shadows get. Right? So we can take that into account as well. So this is probably a smaller light source, right? Because of how sharp these shadows are. All right? So the smaller the light source, generally speaking, the sharper the shadows. Also known as the sun, because the sun's a pretty small light source. It's a point light source in comparison to everything, and it's very bright, right? So that's something to take into account, and so I'm just going to close this because my computer's just going woo. So that's what I'm taking into account here. What type of light source? Blocking in the where are we at? Hard elliptical. All right, so the light source coming from the left to right. Hard shadows here, not being too precious with it, but just throwing them in here, knowing, and then starting to think about the planes, right? So there's going to be shadow underneath here, shadow underneath here. All right, and even see how this is quite bright, and then adding this multiply layer to really subtly thinking about, here I'm thinking about the head as an egg, right? If it was super smooth, what would that look like? Because you would have some of those properties still apparent. Like this forehead, it's going to curve around a little bit, right? So the light's going to sort of fade away. It's not going to be as like sharp. So there's two things that I'm looking at here. So this is cast shadow, right? Where it's sharp here, right? And this is form shadow, for example, where it's softer. It's like a softer transition because nothing's casting shadow onto the form. The form rolling away from the light source itself is the thing that's showing the difference in value. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but there's those two things that I'm taking into account.
Definitely.
So then we've even got little things that we can take into account, like the nose, casting a little bit of shadow here. And even, you see when I'm adding the light here, the specular highlights, they'll act differently depending on A, the type of material, and B, where they are and the type of plane that they're on, right? So I'm looking at here, the sharper the plane, for example, so the corner of this nose, the more defined this this specular highlight, versus here, this is still pretty like a specular highlight, but it's really, really diffused because it's a large, sort of more matte plane of like the muzzle. But then you can see the lip here. We might want to put a sharper highlight there because it's like a wetter material or more shiny material. Same here, even in the ear. Doesn't really work there, but say on. So there's like levels to it. So it's a very logical approach that I'm thinking about it. It's very systematic. Where's the light source? Where are the shadows? Is it cast shadow? Is it form shadow? And then you've also got to think about the local color. I'm throwing a lot of stuff out there. You've got me going. I'm like a lawnmower. You've just ripped me and I'm fucking flying. The local value of the materials, right? So this hair is going to have like a base value that's a bit darker than the skin, right? If we're going off of this this reference, because if we come to this reference here and we go canvas grayscale, right? Look at these lips even, right? They're darker than the skin, and that's why the lips don't look like the skin, because they're a different local value, right? We wouldn't be able to tell if they're a different hue, like a different color. They're a darker local value, same as the hair. Even the light bits, not the specular highlights, but even the light bits are generally darker than the skin. This, you can still tell this is like a white collar because that's a lot brighter than the skin. So then I might come in here just for demonstration purposes, but also that's something that I'd get to, but I'll just do it now because I'm talking about it. I'd come in, I've just used screen, so it just makes things a little bit lighter. I'd come in and make this brighter because I'm taking into account the local value of this shirt, which is brighter than the skin. All right. So there's those things to take into account, and then it's just really going through like again and again and again of doing the same thing, but thinking about not doing the same thing, thinking about those types of things, going through the process. Does this make sense? Does this make sense? Because things have got to they've got to be logical, right? And I'm kind of not worrying about the glasses at this stage because they're going to cast a shadow. That's going to be fun. That's what I'm really looking forward to, and it's why I chose this one, I think, as well, because it's got some cool opportunities to like sort of throw some of the glass shadow eventually over the face and do some shine on the glasses and bits and pieces. So, but yeah, that is a high level sort of look at what I'm thinking about. Now, break time, I reckon, before I sort of going to take this further. So Going to do a 5-minute break, everyone. I suggest you all do the same if you've been working for as long as we have. Get up, stand up, and have a stretch. Go outside, get some sunshine, or do whatever, and we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes.
Let's do it.
All right. Toodles. Alrighty, I'm back. And I have some fantastic news. The Apple Store has my laptop, and I'm going to pick it up tonight. Freaking cannot wait. I haven't upgraded for 8 years. The amount of content I can make, holy frick. Enrique, thank you, my friend. How you doing? Gotta say, I'm liking how this guy's turning out. This is fun. See, what I'd like to do eventually is actually do this and then go and sculpt it. That would be freaking fun. That would be really, really fun, I reckon. Enrique, what kind of MacBook is it? It is a MacBook Pro M1 32. Oh no, sorry, a MacBook Pro M1 Max 32 something 10 something core GPU CPU 32 something, I don't know, but 64 gigs of RAM. So I'm bloody excited. So that RAM's going to help us out for the streams. I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking. I'm just finishing up an AP art assignment. Ooh, what does AP stand for? I hear that a lot in American shows. AP, like AP chemistry, AP science, AP maths. You guys call it maths, don't you? Not maths. Oh, dang. So you maxed out the MacBook? I did. It's going to last. The hope is it's going to last me another 10 years. How you doing, Furley? Oh, Enrique, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. My heart is aflutter. All right. So let us continue. Because it's getting to the point, right, where also Sam should be back as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
we're back.
back.
We're back. AP is like college level. Okay, cool. That makes sense. I just got the
Also
news.
known as something I would have flunked.
Yeah. Me too. I actually really wish that I... how old are you, Sam? If you don't mind me asking?
25.
25. Righty-ho. Oh, we're not too far away in age. I'm 29.
Yeah.
Close enough to sort of get references and whatever. I wish I don't know, I got really interested in learning shit after school finished.
Yeah.
I was like, I wish I sort of paid more attention. Because all we had to do was just learn, and that was it. But also, we were probably forced to learn shit we didn't want to learn as well.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, I mean, you're doing a lot. That's a lot for a kid. Like,
yeah, that's true.
I talk about this all the time. Like, there's the social dynamics. You know, you're trying to figure out your place in the world.
Yep.
You're physically exhausted from like growing. You know,
True.
my wife and I both have like chronic health conditions that we've had since birth. So like
Right,
that's a lot for a person to take on as they grow.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, like, here's all this content that you need to consume.
Yeah.
Like, 9 to 5. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. But yeah, I found like my thirst for knowledge kicked in when I finished school, because I could study what I wanted to.
I definitely am a much better uni student than I ever was in high school or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know if I was. Yeah, because I went to I studied industrial design, did that for a year, and then I got bored of it. And then I wanted to be a professional poker player.
All right.
That was my career goals there for a little while. And then that was short-lived. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to start a software company. And then spent the last 9 years doing that. And then, here we are. Oh, also, Sam, I don't know if you heard, the Apple Store let me know that it's ready to pick up. So I'm going to stop this stream a little bit earlier. It might not be a mammoth 7-hour stream today.
Woo!
So
nice. There is nothing like that feeling of taking it out of the box, peeling off that screen protective layer.
It's a refurbished one though, so I got a good deal on it. It's an Apple refurbished one though. So I'm hoping it all has the same stuff that a new one has. I'm assuming it would, because they're trying to resell it. But either way, I don't care what it looks like, as long as it does. It's what's inside it that I care about. It's just all the content that can be made. Oof.
Enrique says, I started taking art seriously when I was 14, and now I'm trying to make a career out of it.
Awesome, my friend. What's your goals? When you say career, what does that mean? That can mean many things in the art space.
Bahar says, what brushes do you paint with? I mean, for putting colors. I have some problems for choosing the best brushes for my works. Bahar, they're actually in the description.
Yep.
Ben uses Ahmen Aldoori's brush pack, which is awesome. And that's free on his Gumroad.
Yeah.
Or he does use some ones from Max Grecke's pack as well, which you can get, I think, if you purchase one of his courses on Gumroad. Is that right, Ben?
I believe so. It's the Goblin one that I got. I don't know if he has them with all of his other tutorials. Yeah. It's like a video.
And we need to come up with a consensus, because I don't know if anyone actually knows, because I don't think I've ever heard an interview with him. But is it Max Grecke or Max Grecke?
I'm pretty sure it's Grecke, because I used to say Grecke, but I think I heard in an interview it was Grecke. I think. I could be completely wrong though.
And he's not the Max Packs guy, is he? Because that's
no, that's someone else.
Yeah. Do you have the Max Packs paper textures? Is that what you use?
Nah, I just got a paper texture off of Unsplash, which is like a royalty-free stock photo site.
Yeah, I can highly recommend
the paper textures.
Yeah, there's a Max Packs paper texture pack. Man, that's a mouthful. And that's, I think it's might be like $25 or something, but basically it's all of these paper textures, but it's got like craft paper, cardboard, like 5 different types of like sketchbook paper. You've got like all these different pastels. I use them constantly throughout my work, and even just for throwing concepts on for clients and stuff like that.
That's
and
nice.
They're amazing.
Yeah, what I would like, actually, one thing that I do really enjoy doing when I did it from a traditional sense was figure drawing on newsprint. The feeling of just doing it with I've got a pencil here. Like doing it with these pencils, like getting the real long sharpness of it, and doing this on newsprint. Oh, nothing better. I'm going to be doing more of that this year as well, because I'm going to be teaching at a place here in Adelaide called CDW Studios.
Oh, sick!
Yeah, so I'm going to be doing some workshops, and I'm hopefully going to be popping into the figure drawing class there as well, just for myself, not teaching anything, just because it's going to be fun.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Can't wait to hear more about that.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good fun. It'll be my first live, because I've done Zoom workshops, and I've got some stuff planned with some other creators, which will be announced at some stage. But yeah, first sort of in-person workshop here in Adelaide, which will be really fun.
Enrique says, my long-term goal is to be a freelance graphic designer. Short-term, anything I can do that has something to do with art.
Nice, man. So in graphic design, what sort of stuff? You thinking print? Because again, that's such a broad field as well. I mean, you can go into graphic design with even like user interface stuff, web design, like all sorts of stuff. I want to figure out a way to meld those two worlds. Illustration and sort of web design and that kind of stuff. I reckon that'll be fun.
I find that a constant thing I'm talking to people about, particularly when I meet them and they say, hey, what do you do? And I say, I'm an illustrator. And they say, oh, is that like graphic design?
Yeah.
You kind of got to explain a little bit of like,
yeah,
it's sort of that. We do some of the same thing, but we're not the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I've such a struggle. So what do you do? And I'm like, fuck, I don't know. Whatever I feel like, that's what I... That's the goal, right? That's what we want to... But it's just like, I don't know. What, like, I guess... I just say, yeah... Like, I'm not really a teacher, but I do my own stuff. I just end up saying, I share my artwork online, and that's what my main income is. And then they're like, oh, what's your Instagram? And then they sort of get the gist of it. But it's like, I never know how to explain it. Which is kind of cool, though. I quite like, it's just different. Stressful at times, though.
My mother-in-law once said that I do nice colouring in.
That's lovely. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I was like, oh, thanks.
Oh, man.
Furley says, any plan to do any background environment stuff?
Yep. I would actually, probably sooner rather than later, want to play around with, I think what we were talking about, Sam, where I wanted to get a background of some sort, study it, and then figure out how to put characters or objects or things in it as kind of like a lighting study. So sort of hitting both of those worlds of like environment design, what looks visually appealing, blah, blah, blah. But also, how the shit do you put things in there that aren't in there already?
Like what you did with the dinosaur studies.
Yeah, that was so fun, that. And that's another thing, like letting social dictate what I do and don't do. I mean, it made sense for the time to help grow, but it's sort of more like, I wish I did more of that. Because it didn't do as well as my others. And at that point I was like, oh, I can't let that happen again. But it was really, really fun. So, and I find a lot of the character stuff does a lot better. Like does a lot better, whatever that means. But it gets more reach or whatever. But yeah, definitely something I want to do here. Because this is like my playground. This is, you guys are just hanging out with me. In my playground. Sometimes stuff will look jank. Sometimes it will look alright. Most of all, I want to learn stuff. So. All right, we've also got an opportunity here. Let's merge these down. Merge down. Come on, J, come on, E, merge them all down. And I might use just one of my, like this isn't a usual thing, this is just me experimenting. These are some brushes that I've just made up. They're very easy to make up. Maybe I'll do a video on how to do it. They're really nothing special. They're just like a block brush. And that's it, because I just want to clean up some of these with a block brush with a bit of blur. So nothing special, nothing crazy. You can make this as well. And I'll probably show you how to do it at some stage. But this is, I might even throw them up on my gumroad just for free eventually. But I'm kind of just still tweaking with them. But brushes, I was having a chat to Diego Lucia. I don't know if you're familiar with him, Sam.
Yes.
Having a chat with him the other day. We were talking about how there's a lot of importance put on the brushes that are used, where although they do make certain things look a certain way, they're like the last thing that we worry about. You know, it's like you gotta have an understanding of what you're drawing, because no matter, like, the brush isn't going to make you look like or make your work look any better. It might give it a better look or like a different look or a different style, but the principles have to be there for it to actually do anything. And that's why I almost by principle keep it really simple, just with a hard elliptical brush and an airbrush for most of the time, because it's fun to play with brushes and stuff, but the importance of them are just, I don't know, in my opinion, just they're not super important.
I can definitely attest to the fact that it can give you a certain feel.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're after that, like if you need to, you know, if you want to have a particular feel for the artwork. But that being said, I've tried to limit myself when I'm just, you know, just trying to get some studied or something done. I've got like a little folder in Procreate or Photoshop or whatever that's just got, I think it's got 5 brushes in it.
Yeah.
And it's basically just super easy to just pick a brush. I've got like an airbrush, a sketching brush, a couple of paint ones, like one with texture, one like without texture. And it's just to get in there and get stuff happening. And then you can go in and add stuff later if you need to, if you really need something specific.
That's it. Like you can start with the really blocky brush or just use your flat, your hard round brush, right? And then you can come through later and make it as painterly as you want, or as blocky as you want, or you can always come back and adjust it.
Enrique says, I'm minoring in business and marketing, so perhaps I design advertisements or logos for other companies. But honestly, I would do anything to make a living out of art. I'm hoping that in university I can find out what I truly want to do in the art space.
Beautiful, man. That's exciting.
And just on that, Enrique, like one thing, like from my experience that I've learned is that you'll do things for clients and you'll get to do projects and get to have awesome opportunities, and you might find you like something more than you like something else. And then eventually you just do the things you like more of.
Yep. Have you turned down clients yet, Sam?
Yeah. No, I do. I tend to do that more on like logo stuff. Particularly if, because it's not the actual logo that I'm like, I don't dislike making logos. The thing that I dislike is, you know, if someone really wants, you know, a really minimal logo, that's not necessarily me or kind of what I want to do or the kind of field that I want to be in.
Yep.
So I think it's important to, you know, obviously when you can financially do it and be financially viable to say no to clients, be able to say no, you know, like The stuff I want to create and put out there for people is stuff that I'd be happy to do for as many people as want it.
Yeah, that's right. You don't just say no. There's a better like just for
Yeah,
people listening.
yeah.
You're like, oh, can you give me a more simplified logo? No, that's style shithouse. Get a life and some taste. No, I get that, man. Because I played the logo game as well, like from graphic design. In I did like hybrid kind of like graphic design, user interface design stuff, branding design kind of stuff. It's a tricky game, right? The best clients are the ones that know the value of a logo, or like the worst clients are the ones that they're like penny pincher, and you get to know that as you go as well.
Yeah.
Like the best clients are just like, yeah, cool. This is my rate. This is that. Yep. Bing, bang, boom. Done. Send me the invoice. And it's usually the higher paying clients.
Yeah.
That are less picky.
Yeah.
Because because they understand the value that you're giving them versus someone that's like, nothing against them. It's just, you got to, because I don't know about you, Sam, but I put a lot of myself in, like a lot of my energy into it. It's not like a typical job. If I'm working for clients, I'm putting as much value as I can into the piece of work. And it can take it out of you if it's just like revision after revision after revision after tweak. And a lot of that sometimes comes down to the client not even knowing what they want in the first place. So you're trying to discover it with them. And it's a tricky game, that.
Absolutely. One of the worst experiences the worst experience I've had with a client was actually like one of my first few clients where I was charging peanuts, right?
Yeah.
And the client just, I hadn't learned all the stuff about, making sure that you're pricing for revisions and stuff like that. It was all this person not understanding or not putting any value in what I was doing.
Yeah.
But still wanting everything, a certain way, not being sure what they wanted as well.
Mm-hmm.
Asking me for one thing, I'd complete that, and then they would turn around and say, no, it has to be completely different.
Yeah.
And we had that, a few times. And it is something that happens where you've got to learn how to work through with those clients so that when you have good clients, you can, number one, appreciate it, but also you've learned some of that etiquette in the slog.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a skill that you've got to learn, as well as communication, because a lot can be just put down to miscommunication. You thought, like, I thought one thing, they thought another thing.
Yep.
And it's all just keeping them in the loop and keeping them up to date with your thought process, why you're making decisions. And if you can, I think, rationalize the decisions that you're making as well, it goes a long, long way. Instead of just like, here's the logo. It's like, well, this is why I'm doing X, Y. I'm not saying that, I don't know, you might have done that and they were still shitty with it. But that's one thing I found, is having rationale behind everything that you do.
That would be one of the things that when people say to me, based on your experience, can you give me some advice? Like starting out, what do I need to learn to be, in this industry? One of the things I would actually say is honestly get some books on like communication skills and empathy and stuff like that, because like there's nothing wrong with you as a person, but equipping yourself to understand how to communicate better with clients is only going to make your work more valuable, even if the quality of your work doesn't improve.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. A great book, communication-wise, I found is Never Split the Difference. That's a very, very good book.
I haven't read that one.
It's by Chris Voss. He was
is that the
ex-FBI
negotiator guy?
Yep, it's a very, very good book. It's one of the few books that actually gave me tactical advice and like actionable stuff that you like just use tomorrow, you know, versus like more principles and guidelines and that kind of thing. He gives you like the solid, like, okay, this is how to communicate. Because even like, say for example, you want to go down the social media route, right? And you want to do something similar to what I'm attempting to do. You got to learn to work with others as well. It's not just, you're not just going to be a lone wolf forever. You got to work with brands. You got to go back and forth with sort of talking to people, communicating. It's all a part of it.
Furley says, I'm learning background and environment right now. I'm currently stuck on something that I haven't understood yet. I want to see how you approach background and learn from it.
All right. Well,
CMG Villager says, the guy you're drawing looks like Harry and Ron fused.
doesn't it? It's got mad like Hogwarts vibes.
Yeah, he does.
Yep. Unintentional, but it's you wait till I throw the glasses on him. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Maybe that's something you could do in yours. Like you could throw on like a Hogwarts style cape or something.
There you go.
Enrique says, so true, Sam. Thank you for the advice, guys. Only thing I want to know is, how do you make art not feel like a job? Like, I'm super passionate, but I'm afraid of making it feel like a job.
I guess the unfortunate thing is sometimes it's going to. It's not good. Like, I don't always sit down, even with the content creation side, just with like a huge smile on my face. And I'm just like, yeah, can't wait to do this. Like, some days it's not going to feel like it. You got to sort of act like a professional and do the stuff regardless of how you feel, in a way. Like, I try not let my feelings get into it. Like, I enjoy this, right? This is fun. You know what you enjoy, and I think it's part of that is learning it. And what Sam was saying as well, you'll figure out what you like doing and what you don't like doing as you go. Like, especially if you're working with clients and all that. Also, like giving yourself enough time for breaks as well. Like, if you need to take make sure you don't burn yourself out doing client work, because it's easier to, at least for me, it was easier to burn myself out doing client work because it's what like other people were relying on me. I've got to do it, just work until whenever to get this done and blah blah blah. It's, I don't know. That's also a part of it.
I think for me, and like from my perspective, there's parts of it that you'll love and there's parts of it that you'll just have to do. And that's the same with every job. But I mean, I've worked some real shitty jobs where like there wasn't really anything I liked. Like it just, like it was, you know, my first job or second job or whatever. And you just needed money.
Yep.
And so I kind of draw back to that as like, I'm really passionate about what I do. And so the fact that I get to do something that I want to do and that I enjoy it, where there's, you know, plenty of countries in this world where that's not an option.
Yeah.
I mean, getting to work on this, like, you know, I get to color in for a living. Like, this is like the best thing in the world.
Yeah. That's it. There's having gratitude for where you're at. It's hard to do sometimes because you're in it. But, yeah, no, I agree.
Enrique says, I get what you're saying. And yeah, there were times when I was doing art for either classes or client work and I'd feel burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
I like to have a project that I'm working on just for me.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, usually that's folded into, you know, my content side of things, which I'm, trying to scale up and get better at. But that means that at the end of the day, if I've been doing, part of the process that I'm, is a bit of a slog for me or really hard work, it means that at the end of the day, I can spend some time doing something that I really enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of helps with the burnout thing because I don't feel stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to have multiple projects on the go. Even different like industries. Like I've got like development projects, like coding projects. Drums could also be sort of seen as a project as well. Like keeping it fresh and interesting. How big should these glasses be? Somewhere around there, I reckon. Do more circular ones or...
Clarence Art asks, are you planning on doing a draw this in your style?
No plans, but it's not a bad idea. I don't even know how to do one of those. Like, do you just draw something and then as like a normal post?
I guess so.
I've never done one or participated in one, so.
I guess what you could do is like, post one of these sketches or do an original thing not based on a particular reference thing and then throw it up on, Instagram and say, here you go. Do this in your style. And
then you do the tag, like tag me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
When we're rich and on 7 figures, you can say that you've got a whole bunch of prizes that you're going to give away.
There you go. Yep. That's it.
Enrique says, in fact, I'm actually working on a Frida Kahlo piece at the moment, and the sketching part is taking so long. I'm kind of just getting tired of it and just want to get into the inking. It's 19 by 24 inches.
Sorry, say that again. I'm trying to get these glasses. Sorry, I zoned out there for a sec. Say it again.
That's okay. So he said, in fact, I'm working on a Frida Kahlo piece at the moment, and the sketching part is taking so long that I'm just getting tired of it, and I just want to get into the inking. It's 19 inches by 24 inches.
Frida Kahlo. Is that Frida? As in like monobrow Frida?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. Nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect her like that. I'm just... You know who I'm talking about when I say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No shade.
Yeah, and I think Enrique, like what you're saying, because you go on to say, yes, for sure. What I do is sometimes take a quick break from a piece and just do a quick little sketch. They typically take me 2 to 3 hours, and it's great because I get to make a random character that I want.
Nice.
Yeah. I think that's the way to do it. If you've got, well, at least from my perspective, I've found that if I've got something to go to that's not going to, not going to force me to rush into the next stage, it means that when I come back the next day or whenever I get a chance, I don't feel like I rushed through a stage or wish I could have had that time back.
Mm-hmm. Yep, no, I agree.
CLDXP says, you guys ever struggle to find clients? Right now I'm really struggling, partly because my work isn't really there yet, but also I have no idea where to find work, lol.
I've never, not never, but it depends what clients. So I've found clients from my coding stuff, just from working on my own stuff, really. It's interesting. Every client that I've kind of gotten in whatever industry, it's because it's kicked off from me working on my own stuff. if that makes sense. So I was doing my own startup, right, with coding, and then sort of was in the startup space in Adelaide here, and then word got around that I was a designer, and then sort of talked to some people, and then so-and-so needs a user interface designer for XYZ project. Same thing with illustration. Like my first illustration gig was my mate's girlfriend, who's or fiance now I should say, is a Twitch streamer, and she wanted herself as a character, and that was my first like proper illustration gig. And it's this is why I'm like a big proponent of putting yourself out there, because it's pretty much only benefits that can come from it. Not just like putting yourself out there, but I don't know, just getting. But also, if you mention that your work's not good enough, then that should be the thing to just be working on constantly. Even doing test projects for people, or like in an industry that you're looking to get into, there's no reason why you can't go and create, I don't know what stuff you like to do or draw or whatever, but say if you wanted to get jobs doing a particular style or in a particular studio or whatever, I would just start studying exactly who they hire, like who did those people hire in the past, and work towards that kind of style, and really focus your efforts.
And what are your thoughts on work for exposure?
I think it's bullshit. Like, I don't know. I'm against that. Like, unless it's mutually beneficial, and it's actually like, it'll be a very rare case where work for exposure, and it depends, right? Like, I think there's collaborations and then there's work for exposure. Like, I don't know. I think it's crap. Like, if they're, I don't know, yeah. If someone is wanting you to do something for their brand or their whatever, their project, and it's good enough for their project, then it's good enough for them to pay you, in my opinion. What are your thoughts on it?
I think, I totally see what you're saying. I think that there's a difference between like exploitation and genuine mutual benefit.
Yeah, like if you're interested and you just want to get your feet in the water and it's like, look, I'll do it for free, and if you're willing to, that's completely on you, and you just want to get your reps in and get used to working with clients, go for it. But I wouldn't stay in that place for too long, personally.
I think, I think there can be, there can definitely be a benefit in getting, real reps, game time reps without the pressure and without there being, I mean, you're still delivering a real product to a real client, but you're not dealing with that huge weight of this person financially is owing me.
Yeah. But again, you got to face that at some stage as well. So it's like, it's a case, but again, with most things, it depends, right? There's no hard or fast rule on exactly what to do, and it's just my opinion. But I think you should try and get paid as soon as you possibly can. But if you feel more comfortable working for free or for exposure for a little bit, it's completely up to you.
And I think there are other opportunities as well. Like, I mean, even what we're doing, like, I'm not getting paid for this, but I still get a benefit from this.
Yeah, but we had an agreement before. Like, there was very clear. Like, I think that's as well. Like, the clarity on what both parties are willing to do.
Yeah.
Again, comes back to communication. Just being very clear, so you're not getting, like, if you're going to someone that you think you're going to get paid, and then the client was under the impression that no, this is just an exposure thing or blah blah blah. As long as everyone's clear on the terms and you're willing to do it, it's you do you, boo.
Unknown fan says hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Enrique asks, what are one of the most difficult pieces you guys have had trouble with drawing?
One that comes to mind was Spider-Man. The Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield one. That took a stupid amount of time for me to be happy with it. So that one, that sticks out in my head. It's just one that absolutely did my head in. But I learnt a lot from that, though. I learnt a lot from the process and sort of made notes for myself for future pieces and work to not do that again.
Have you found that the time that you spend on projects has changed the more you've, worked on these sort of stylizations?
Yep, definitely. As you get better with stuff, you get more efficient. Right? There's certain patterns that you might follow. Also, really quick, check this out. My favorite thing, reflected light. See, this is what I'm picking up. This is how I can use reference and bring it into my stylization sort of thing. You can see here, why is this not as dark as it is here? Well, this is a nice opportunity for a bit of that reflected light off of, because this becomes a light source. So it sort of goes ping ping up there. So we can do something similar on here, which can make it feel a little bit more on the, bring it into reality a little bit more. Bam. There we go. Sorry.
No, that's good. That's good. That's value right there, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know about that. It's fun. That's what it is.
Sugarbeat said, if you could collab with any person /YouTuber/influencer, who would you choose?
Good question. Putting that out into the universe, hey? I don't think it would just be one. Like, I've got a few that I would love to, just because I admire their work. But, I mean, I got to know, as I was saying before, I was having a chat to Kizarilla this morning, which is freaking an honor to maybe be doing some stuff with him in the near future. I really like Ethan Becker as well. I like his attitude. It's sort of, I think we'd get along well. Proco, love his stuff. Modern Day James, love his thoroughness.
Ahmen Aldoori,
Ahmen,
that one in there as well.
Ahmen, 100%. Who else? I'm gonna be kicking myself if I don't mention.
The reincarnation of JC Linedecker, does that count?
It does. It does. I don't know if he's a YouTuber, but that sounds great as a collaboration.
1920s influencer.
There you go. Oh, imagine. But yeah, any of those guys. I mean, even cynics, like the greats. That would be so much fun. I'd even just like to chat to them. Like, don't even have to. Just there'd be I don't know, even from the business side of stuff, because that stuff interests me a lot. Like, I don't know if all of them are that into it. Like, it's hard to know. Like, there's this, I don't know, this general stigma about artists being all like, oh, fucking airy fairy and not business savvy. I think that's bullshit, personally. I think that's like a learnt, I don't know, trope that doesn't really help anyone. I like the idea, again, of artists being more entrepreneurial, and it would be interesting to actually chat with these guys around their strategies and their thought process around business and their goals for the future and that kind of thing. I don't know. I just love chatting about that stuff and like content and what it. Yeah. But that'll be really fun, and the people that I've collaborated with already, like Diego. That was good fun. We'll be doing some stuff in the future as well.
See, I'm the same. I like to think of, like, especially like celebrities and stuff, like, so, like, some people must just get, like, once you reach a level of exposure, you must just get the same questions over and over and over again. And I'd like to be the kind of person that could actually ask you something you'd be interested about answering, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Well, I mean, it's almost like, I don't know. It's weird. The whole follower count changes the perception for people for some reason. Like, there is this weird thing, for whatever reason, it's like, oh, you got like X amount of followers. I'm not saying I have a lot of followers in comparison to some of these guys, but it's like, they're people. They have a similar interest as me. Like, they're in the same sort of industry. I just view them as people should view me. I'm just a dude sitting in a room drawn on Photoshop. You know, it's not like I'm not any better or any worse than anyone. It's like, even, so it would really just be coming down to, collaborate as people. Like, it would just be cool to get to know them as people, because we've got similar interests. But yeah, you're right as well. Like, I'm not asking what brush they use, you know. It's like, not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just not. It'll be more like, okay, so from a content standpoint, how do you categorize each piece of content? What kind, like, what's your acquisition channel, like your best performing acquisition channels? Where does that stand? Like, that sort of stuff is fascinating to me. I love it.
CMG Villager says, have you heard of likelihood art?
Likelihood art. Maybe. Again, it's so hard to sometimes remember people, even if I know who they are, like, know their art, like remembering screen names and stuff like that.
Enrique says, all right, I think I'm going to have to go. It's getting a bit late for me. Good night, y'all, or good morning. I don't know what your time zone is. Good night, Enrique.
Catch you later, man. Great to have you. Do we throw some colour on old mate here? There's still something off about I think he needs a bit more back of his head there. Let's flip him upside down and see if there's anything that stands out.
Sugar Beats says, also, I need to leave this chat because I'm in babbling mode.
Oh, Sugar Beats, you're fine. Don't stress.
CMG Villager says, being humble in 2022? Ha!
Ha!
Sugarbeat says, I know of Likelihood Art. They are really good. I think we're going to have to look at this Likelihood Art clan up.
They're really good. Yeah, maybe on break we'll do a little bit of a Google. Bit of a goog.
Lieutenant Klutzy says, hey, I want to apply to a design firm. I need some tips on writing a cover letter. Any help is appreciated.
Cover letter. What's a cover letter again? Is that what, your CV? Or is that...
No, that's what you put on top of your CV.
Oh, see, fuck, I don't know. You know what you do? You go to ChatGPT, right? And you go and you type in your experience, your name, and then you just press enter, and there's your cover letter. I'm kind of joking, but kind of not. It's phenomenal. So check it out, ChatGPT. What I've been doing with ChatGPT as well is I've been like YouTube videos. I like taking notes, and some of you might have been on streams where I showed like Obsidian, where it's like all my note taking and my blog's hooked up to Obsidian and all that sort of stuff. But I find it really hard to take notes from YouTube videos if I'm out and about and I hear something and it's like cool, and I'll write a little note, but then it's like going back and blah, blah, blah. What I've been doing is I've been getting the transcript of the YouTube video, throwing it into GPT and getting it to summarize it for me. So I can have a note that I can come back to later that's in context. I can actually query it and say, explain more about what they're talking about in this video on X topic or Y topic. And then it does it.
You were living in a different century to me, mate.
Dude, it's so great. It's fucking fantastic. Because this is exactly what I want. And this is where AI is just like awesome.
You know what I think about every time I see stuff like that, though? I think about like all of the high school teachers that must be absolutely shitting themselves right now. Like all of the high school teachers that have to mark.
Oh, how are they going to tell? How are they going to tell?
Exactly.
Like, hey, ChatGPT, make it as believable as possible. Here's my last 6 essays. Write it in my style. Done. Like, I don't think the teachers should even bother. It's just, it is what it is, you know? It's almost going to be like the time in school where they're like, you're not going to be carrying a calculator around everywhere.
Yes.
Well, look, miss.
Literally.
You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about, lady.
I like the one where they used to say, well, what are you going to do? Just Google the answer if you don't know it.
You bet your ass I'm going to. Yeah. I guarantee you'll do the same. Same thing with this ChatGPT, man. It's unbelievable.
But see, I think about that all the time where like my parents' generation, like spelling was so important because, you know, there was no such thing as spell check or whatever. So there was a whole generation of like dyslexics that just really struggled to get by.
Yeah.
And like, I'm dyslexic and I really don't struggle because most of the stuff that I have is, you know, proofed for me.
Yeah. That's it. And you see, like, this is a thing where I love technology. Like, as I said, with the AI stuff, I don't agree with the art stuff as it stands at the moment. But from just looking at it as how technology's evolved, I mean, just having this computer here, the fact that you're in New South Wales, I'm in Adelaide, you got people in Mexico, freaking the US, UK, all over, and we're all hanging out right now. Whereas 60, 70 years ago, a calculator fit inside the size of a room, or is like a huge machine, you know what I mean? Like, that's just unreal to me.
Yeah.
And it's so exciting in a way because it's just open. And this is why I talk about, like, no one would have guessed that this would even be possible. Like, even 30 years ago, having all these people at once looking at my screen, like with me talking over it, and also using a tablet to draw. Like, we just don't know the possibilities yet. And it's why I'm like, all the people that say they know that what's going to happen and blah, blah, no one fucking knows. Some bad shit's not going to happen. Some even better stuff's going to happen.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think all the time about my grandfather who passed a couple of years ago, but he was 95 when he passed. And
Wow.
he, for his 90th birthday, the thing that he wanted was an iPad. And he learnt to use it so well. And this is a guy that was born in like 1923. So he pretty much saw from the like rise of commercial aircraft, right? Like,
it's fucking unreal, man.
Like to the internet, and like all of the stuff that he experienced throughout his life. It just really brings back to me the fact that like the possibilities are endless, and you don't have to, you know, be a dinosaur and age out with it. You can remain curious and still use it.
Yeah. That's it, man. Quick tip here. This is what I like doing sometimes to get like a crisp crease. Is I'll hide the marching ants or the selection just so you can see it. But it's all, I'm taking into account the light source, all right? So this is a multiply layer. All right, creating that crease. And then I'll create another layer, invert that selection, right? And then I might put a little bit of the highlight in there. Might be a bit much, I don't know. But yeah, then you sort of zoom out and then there's like a hard crease there. I don't know if I like it there, to be perfectly honest, but it's one way of going about things. Maybe I'll lighten it up a little bit. And maybe we... Yeah. Something like that. Something's still bugging me. I think it might be the eyebrows. So what I'll do, come on, J, duplicate that, baby. And, oh no, I want to keep that glasses separate. Keep the glasses separate, make it easier on myself. E. Alright, cool. So let's maybe... What does this look like? It looks a little bit more concerned.
Lieutenant Klutzy asks, do you think software like this, referring to a chat GPT, will slowly carve our opinion to its own whims and fancies?
Carve our opinion to its own whims and fancies. Are you talking about some Skynet shit? Like Terminator stuff? Is that what you're getting at? Because I don't think it's not sentient, right? It doesn't have any whims or fancies. A lot of that stuff is going to be determined by us. What we feed it. I think there's also a bit of a misconception on how some of these models work. Because I was talking to Francis and I don't think they're actually trained again after their, like, at least some of these bigger models like ChatGPT, I think it's set in stone for now. And then there's a new version that will get released. And then there's a new version. I think, at least, I could be talking at my ass.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, I saw even recently where the creator of ChatGPT was saying that, like, it gives you probably more of an impression that it's capable of like more of what it actually than what it, in reality what it actually is.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But the use case, even for like the development side of things, I might even show you, like, just before I head off, just show you like this is the what it's capable of. I'll just make a to-do app in fucking like 20 seconds. Like, it's not going to have a database, but you can do that. You can be like, all right, now write me a Postgres database, connect it to a Node.js backend, and how do I deploy that to the web? And then it will give you all the options to deploy it, and it's phenomenal, man. So fascinating. But I just thought about that YouTube thing today, because I was like, fuck, that's annoying. Oh wait, they have transcripts. You just copy and paste your transcripts. Like, I think I even have it up here. Do I still have it around? Maybe not. No, I don't.
A question spawning off that.
Yeah.
Do you think... Actually, let me put it like this. What would you like to see in the next generation of drawing apps and programs, whether that be on iPad or, you know, on the Mac or whatever? What are some things you'd like to see?
Easier tools for content creation. A lot easier, because there's a lot of... I mean, you got Procreate, which is fantastic, but easier ways to share your work, because I've got to do this to get a time lapse going, and then and even for streaming and that kind of stuff, because as I said, I think that's the way that artists are gonna... It would be smart for artists to go down that route, more of a entrepreneurial, build your own audience sort of way. If there were better tools to make that easier, that would be lovely. Yeah. What about yourself? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I was going to say things like actually building in streaming things into the app.
That'd be phenomenal. I love like multiplayer.
Yeah.
Like, but just be able to... I know you've got Magma Studio, which is done by Bobby Chu, which is a web-based drawing platform. Having it more of like a native... I might even play around with that as well. So you could hop on and we could draw together, or have other people hop on and sort of let them in and out to just like different ways of making content instead of just time-lapsey sort of stuff. But even making the time-lapse stuff easier at the same time.
And I think that should be things that should be built into programs like Photoshop, because Adobe has the tools there to basically, you know, use this and say, hey, you know, would you like to export this in real, you know, in the format of a reel, or, you know, those kinds of things that, you know, it's a little bit different with, you know, an app like Procreate, which is literally building one app at a time. But even then, they've done incredible with, you know, building in time-lapse features, and you can set the bit rate that you wanted to export at and all that kind of, like, that's awesome for an iPad app.
Oh, it's unreal. And I mean, I think that's going to go away as well, like for an iPad app, that way of thinking, because I mean, you got the M2 iPad, I think that's already out, and you've got like hover, like you do with the pen here, and it's just like a high-end laptop now. So it's just as a viable option as, say, like Photoshop.
I definitely want to get, I guess what I want as a, you know, I think I have the M1 Pro, and what I definitely want as an iPad Pro user is to have more of the pro workflow type things, build in things like that. I want to be able to do more content creation on the iPad.
So you've got the iPad M1.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So I want to be able to use, like, you know, Premiere Pro or whatever on the iPad.
Oh, that'd be phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we could actually have some proper content creation in one spot from this, you know, little portable device.
What I want is bugger Premiere Pro. I just do this, and then it gets the key points. It does it as a reel. It does it as a YouTube video. It does it as a thing.
Yep.
It automatically exports all the captions. It zooms in and out to keep the highest engagement. You know what I mean? Like, that's the goal. Like, I would like to not have to use Premiere Pro. I just want to do my thing and be able to share it as quickly and efficiently as possible. And I think there'll be definitely ways to do that. And I'd love to be a part of making some of that stuff. Like, making better ways to share work, where otherwise it'd be just so much of a laborious job, right? Because it was only recently that freaking Premiere Pro came out with auto captions. I mean, that should have been there freaking since day one. Well, not that since day one, but like ages ago, you know? And even that workflow is just painful. So now I use Descript, which is...
And things like... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, they're just things like Descript, because they're using AI to auto transcript things, and then you can edit it like a Word document instead of like a timeline, and it just is really quick from a workflow perspective. If you want anything specific, then you sort of want to go back into Premiere Pro and get into the nitty gritties of it. But yeah.
And I think like even some tools that like Photoshop's missing, which shouldn't, like automatic fill tool, like a selection and fill.
Oh, dude, I've created an action for that. Like here, I would love just to be like, boom, 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 just to like hit the highlights, or even just choose. You know what I would like is actually live updating, like here, because I've got a slide wheel on this, right? I would love to be able to just like automatically slide back. I'm sure there's a script I could write. You know what? I could get ChatGPT to write that script. Legit. Not even joking. ChatGPT would be able to write a script, because I believe Apple uses JavaScript. Adobe uses JavaScript. I could write a script that then the wheel goes darker and lighter in value, so I don't have to keep color picking stuff. I can just sort of go back and forth. And I think that could be a really fast way of working. And even, because I played around actually with, what's it called? iPad app, Paint. And it had that functionality, and it was literally just like, boom, shape. It was awesome, like really fast, even for environments and stuff, like backgrounds and things. But I've got what's this script? I think it's this toggleable state dialogues is not undoable, whatever. So that, and then there. So now it fills it, and then I can use the run action. I think action. What's the run again shortcut? Another thing, like even just from a user interface standpoint, apps nowadays, like the ones that have designers that are like on the ball, if you hover over a button, it shows you the shortcut for that button. Instead of you trying to figure out the hotkeys for everything, it's like, okay, this is what I want to do. And it's awesome. It's like, cool. And then you can memorize that. But I think, how do I play? Command Q. All right. So then this is selected. Then I can kind of like, but then I've got to go back and select that color. Then let's say I want this to have that. Was it Command Q? Right. So it kind of works, but then I'm only stuck to that color.
This is way too complicated for the.
I shouldn't have to write an action.
Amount of money that it costs.
Oh fuck yeah, man! It's ridiculous, right? It's like, it's not terrible, but it's not great. Like even
I use the fill lasso in Procreate all the time, and then I come into Photoshop sometimes, and I'm like, oh wait, no, I actually have to do it in a two-step process.
Yeah, exactly, man. But shout out to the developers though, because this is like legacy I believe that it's like a legacy code base. So trying to implement new stuff on like old things, like it's not like I don't believe this has been rewritten ever, or like for a very long time. So it is very difficult to continue to build on. This is with me knowing absolutely nothing about their architecture or anything, but it is a feat to actually, build on top of old or older technologies. So I'd imagine, if they could snap their fingers and have all that stuff, it would already be in there.
Lieutenant Klutzy asks, going back to the chat GPT question, he said, not that serious, but the increase of our dependence on it, like as we discussed, students in schools and colleges will be using it quite often, etc.
Yeah, the increase in dependence is just from my behavior. When I go to code, I'll sit down and now I throw open chat GPT. Like there was also something called GitHub. GitHub is, how do I explain GitHub? It's just basically a cloud storage for saving versions of your code. So you code something at a high level, that's what it is, right? You can think of it kind of like Dropbox-ish, but for code. And it's got versions and a bunch of other developer tools in it. But there was this thing called GitHub Copilot, where it was an AI that in line while you're typing, it gave you suggestions on the code that you're about to write. So it's kind of like Chat GPT, but it was built into the app that you're coding in. And that was fantastic until I had to pay for it, and then I didn't pay for it. But it would actually literally, like, you start typing and then it would have an understanding of the code that you're already writing. It's like, maybe you want to do it this way, or maybe you want to do it this way. Or if you just write a comment and be like, write me a function that gets every second a in this block of text. You're just like, blah, 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 done. And you run the function and it gets because doing that is just a pain in the ass. Those real menial little tasks are really, really annoying.
Cinema Time asks, what's GPT?
Good question. Why not ask it? Come and ask ChatGPT, what are you? And it'll tell you.
Dude_2 asks, how long have you been drawing?
Dude.
I'm not sure whether they're talking about this stream or in general.
I'll give you both. This stream, I've been drawing for, almost 4 hours. It's gone like that. It always does. I love streaming so much. It's so much fun. 4 hours today. Basically, on and off for most of my life. I'm 29. So, but yeah, when I say on and off, that could be a year off, a few months off, a few months on. This is probably the most consistent the last year and a half. It's probably the most consistent I've ever been.
Purely asks, how much do you have to pay for Copilot?
Oh, I think it was like $20 a month or something. It's not a lot, but it's just, I don't know. Now I've got ChatGPT, which is good enough for me. But then that's going to be paid eventually. I guarantee it, because it's too powerful for them not to then chuck a subscription on it. Because you think, right, with this ChatGPT thing, like in the tech space, people are saying that it's going to disrupt Google. Do you think you got this thing that doesn't have any ads, gives you exactly what you want in context of what you want, even in context of what you've written beforehand, Like, what else? Like, it's just so much better than like a Google search. For certain things, not everything. Don't want to alarm anyone, but I'm out of coffee. And this is not good news. Alright, maybe we alright, so there's the shadows, there's the glasses. Let's throw some good old rim light in there.
While you're getting to that, Bahar says, sorry Ben, I didn't catch your answer because of my internet issues. What are your brushes? How can I reach them? Sorry for asking again.
That's alright. Just don't ask again, or else you're off. You're kicked off the stream. No, I'm joking. We got them in the description, so you can see.
So there's Ahmen Aldoori's brush pack, which is free on his Gumroad.
Yep.
So you just punch that into Google, or he's also using a couple of Grecke's brushes.
Yeah, Grecke.
From Gumroad as well, but I think that's part of a pay tutorial which you can take if you. I
haven't actually used any of his brushes today, but that's like it's not uncommon that I would use some of his brushes. But yeah, today I haven't so far. So it's basically just been Ahmen Aldoori's brushes and this one particular block blurry that I've been playing around with. It's that I made, but it's nothing special. I could just as easily be using the round elliptical. That's an oxymoron. The hard elliptical. Yeah.
The square round brush.
Yeah, that's the one. It's the one that'll make everyone 10 times better at art.
Have you played around with Dave Greco's brush pack?
Dave Grecke, no.
He has a brush pack, and in it has the DG main brush. It's like a square brush.
Yeah.
It's probably the nicest feeling textured brush that I've ever used.
Yeah?
And I love using it. It's got incredible dynamics, and I hate saying this on stream because I don't want people to be like, oh my gosh, they talked about this brush, I have to go get it because that'll make me the better artist. But there is something really nice about the way it feels and the way it helps you create.
Is it a Photoshop brush?
Yes.
Yeah? Well, the cool thing is I think you can like reverse engineer it and see how we made it to then tweak it or create something similar with a different shape or whatever. Like, I think there is a way to do that.
I've done that with people's brushes as well. The other brush that I use quite a lot in my professional work is I bought Loish's brushes, and she has the Loish hard round brush. And it's just a really simple tweak on the your standard hard round brush, but that's also a fantastic brush. Yeah,
like I'm not against brushes by any means. I just don't expect them to make you better, if that makes sense. Like, they're good fun to play around with, don't get me wrong, but I just don't want them to be a misconception that this particular brush is, because I just get the question so much, you know.
Yes, so the Dave Grecke brush pack you can get through his Gumroad. I'll have to shoot you a link to it, Ben, because I'd love you to like test them out and see what you think.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking before about creators, that Sugarbeat asked, creators or influencers that you'd love to, sit down and chat with or collaborate with. I'd have to put Dave Grecke in that mix as well.
Yeah?
For sure.
Awesome. I don't know if I've... Do I know? I probably know his work. I'm sure I know his work.
You definitely would. He does a lot of stuff for like Magic the Gathering and some stuff for like Epic Games and that kind of stuff as well.
Awesome.
Lots of World of Warcraft IP stuff that he's worked on. He's got this beautiful way of stylizing work that's kind of it's actually pretty similar to what you do in the sense that he's building on simple shapes and he's thinking about how to keep a feeling of realness in things that are pretty whimsical or
Awesome.
you know, clearly not real.
Yeah, I love that. That's cool.
Maro Shahida says, did you try Ahmen Aldoori's 100 head challenge when it was trending?
No, I didn't. I think it's a great idea, though. I think it's a good idea. Sometimes it's good just to brute force it and just study your little buns off, and you'll be better at the end of it. That's for sure. Or you'll feel more comfortable, definitely. I'm liking this guy. I'm kind of surprised with this one. This one was just sort of...
I like it.
Yeah, it's not... There's some issues, like structurally and that kind of stuff, but it's sort of utilizing the reference to a certain degree for the overall feel, not looking for likeness or anything, but we can even... I like doing this kind of thing as well, where like the skin isn't... Like you've got some maybe... like freckles, or just because skin isn't like perfect, right? So you can have maybe he's more on the freckly side on his nose. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, you were saying, go for it. What's going on in chat?
Leanne says, gosh, you guys are still going. This is fantastic.
Yep. If you ever have a thought of like, I wonder if they're still going, probably yes. But
I've had that so many times where I've had to duck out and I've been like, I wonder if Ben's still alive, and I'm like, oh wait, Ben will still be alive.
Yeah, I don't know, I just love it. It's just bloody fun. I love streaming. I love working. I love streaming. I'm having a great time. And the like this is like ultimate time travel. Like, where's the time gone? 4 hours just zip. At least for me, I don't know about for you, but it's bloody good times on my end.
You've got to be motivated today to stop at a good time because you've got your Mac to pick up.
I know.
Furley says, default round brush for the win.
You know it.
Dude_2 says, opinion on line art. Is it easy to work with or not?
I'm not entirely sure. Easier to work with. If you could give a bit more context on work with in... I don't know how to answer that, sorry.
Chris Designer asks, do you design environments, Ben?
I don't. It's not really something I've dived into very much, but something that I'm definitely not opposed to.
You sort of have. I mean, you've done environments as part of like character designs.
As part of character designs, but not, for example, like inventing environments or really thinking about composition and that kind of thing. It's not something I've studied in that sense, but it's something that I think would be interesting, because there's this whole like thing of composition in environments. It's just like got not a clue about how to start that. So then I'll pick up a course or two and if and when I get to that, I'll start studying it.
You're right. Backgrounds are fun. They're definitely very compositional, and it's almost more important to really hard sell the shapes to the viewer so that they can see what's actually happening in the focal point that you choose.
Yep. Yeah, I can dig that because I mean, because you got to be really clear about also the 3D, like the depth. You don't want to have too many tangents going on, I'd imagine.
Yep. Sugar Beats says, I'm back. The glasses. Love the little shine.
Sugar Beats. Thank you, Sugar Beats. Yeah, the shine, the specular highlights are my favourite. Yeah, look, I might have to
just
call it.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I said I might have to call it in about half an hour. We're going to do a tentative half an hour. Pencil it in. We'll see how we go. So I've got to pick up this laptop. And who knows, I might pop on later on. I don't know, not making any promises. Probably not, but never say never.
We wouldn't be able to recognize you anyway. The quality will be so clear.
I know. You'd be like, oh.
We'll see things.
Jeez.
And be like, who's that guy?
That's it, man.
So just walk us through what you're doing with the layers here with this color.
Yeah, so it's really just, it doesn't look very natural at the moment because I'm just laying down some base colors using different color layer modes. So this is literally the color layer mode, using blue for the eyes. I'll even go back to this one and just, yeah, see that's my issue with the color layer mode, is it goes a little bit too like saturated, whereas I might use the overlay layer mode just to add some color variation. And the overlay color layer mode allows me to actually add some value in there as well. So it looks a little bit lipsticky for my liking at the moment. So this is where I might even get the reference back. Throw him back from. See, look how saturated that looks. So we've got to really bump these colors up. All right, so let's. Come on. Oh, it's so slow. Alright, so here I want to sort of add a bit of color variation. Just using a soft elliptical, nothing crazy. So the nose. Whoa, what the frick? That's not what I'm after. Soft round. Yeah, that's what I'm after. Cool. So, add in a little bit of that redness. We can always knock it back. Can always. Notice there's a little bit of yellow around his chin. A little bit of red here. Now I want to kind of be a little bit more subtle with the red nose because you can very easily make them look like they've got a head cold. Like it's a fine line sometimes. See how this feels a little bit more natural and a little bit less lipsticky.
Surya0710 says, Ayo, Ben.
Heyo. Welcome.
Arts Time says, I just came here for fun.
You and me both, my friend.
Come to the right place.
That's it.
He's saying he can't hear anything. Furley says you got to pump the volume all the way up. It says he can hear now. Furley says I have to get up to 100% on both system volume and YouTube volume. Something we got to look at, I think.
Yeah, I'm full volume on this thing. I think. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, it's pretty bloody loud on my end. Yeah, something to for me to fix, definitely.
Sugarbeat says he looks like he'd be a Hardy Boy. I don't know if you ever read those books.
No, a Hardy Boy. To me, it looks like he'd be like a little bit of a British, like, come on, yeah, you what? A British schoolboy, a little bit, I don't know, got an edge to him.
Excuse me, are you having a laugh?
A little bit more of an edge than that. A little bit more like, almost a, like a young Tom Hardy in Legend. Have you ever seen Legend? Or is
I
like
haven't actually.
Like
no.
the Cray twins. Oh, such a good movie. Such a good movie.
He definitely could fit in as an extra in Harry Potter.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Or be like the alternative cover for like the Harry Potter book.
Yeah. For like, I don't know, a more angular Ron Weasley. Or Ron's cousin or something.
Ron's cousin, Greg Weasley.
There you go. Actually, I don't. Is one of his brothers Greg? I don't know.
I don't think so. Oh, we are annoying so many people right now in chat, I'm sure, who are like, really? Greg Weasley?
Greg, who? Yeah. You know what? That's fine. I'm happy that I don't know some of this stuff.
I tell you what, my wife and I started ironically talking occasionally in British accents after we watched this great show on Apple called, what was it called? I think it was called like Trying or something, but it was fantastic. It was about this couple that is having trouble having kids biologically, so they try and foster or adopt.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic. And then we just love their accents.
Yeah.
And so we started ironically speaking in their accent. And now we can't stop. And we find ourselves just slipping into them occasionally.
Yeah. That's
and we're like petrified we're going to do it in front of people.
Yeah, my partner and I, we do that. Like if we're being silly to each other, or we're saying like, we're being cheeky, I would be like, you what? All right then. Go do it then. Yeah. Off you go. What you doing over there then? Yeah, we have fun with accents.
Yeah, if my wife catches me doing so, she'll be like, "Are you having a laugh?
You having a laugh
right now?
You having a laugh,
you
love?
Having a laugh?
What you doing, love? What you doing over there? Gonna have a good time over there at the party." Yeah, have a. Jeez, people are going like, what in the fuck is this shit? Turn it off. No, I love accents. I love accents. It's so fun.
Oh, it's so much fun.
It is good fun.
It's just so much fun. Surya0710 says, not being racist, but are Australians related to Brits, right? Australian white related to Brits.
Not everyone, because you got the Indigenous Australians, so they're not. But my mum's English, so there's that. And was most of Australia's colonized by convicts.
Yes.
Except for South Australia. We non-convicts, you guys were a bunch of naughty people.
I can confirm.
Yes. That's something I do realize when I go to Sydney, is you've got very Australian like suburb names. Like it's very like very Australian suburb names. Like it's very different here. Like we don't have any of that. I can't even think of an example.
But see, we're always making fun of, like Adelaide in general. I remember we had a quite
Is
a
that
common
right?
thing is if someone's like, a bit slow to get a joke or something, everyone would be like, "Oh, all right, Adelaide," because you're always behind time wise.
Is that? I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
How dare
Yeah.
you?
I remember we had this we had this teacher in high school who would always be like, the slowest student to put their hand up would be like, all right, Adelaide, come on, you got to give the answer.
Right, okay. And I'll be like, go sit in your prison cell, you convict. And then I'll get kicked out of class.
Sugarbeat says American accent. I don't know that we're doing requests on this.
I did the other stream. That was funny with, I think it was Taylor. Or I think that was her name. We were having, off you go, Sam. American accent.
I guess I've got to pick like a place.
Well, that's the thing. It's just it's like saying do it in English. People go like, "Hello, I'm from like that," but there's like a lot of. I don't know. I think I can do the British accent because my mum's British, so it sort of comes a little bit more natural. Yeah, I don't know, because you got like New York, you got Boston, you got from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah. Oh, is that Minnesota's in America, isn't it? That's not Canada.
Yeah, but then
no, but then you got that sounds
Canada.
more Canadian. That sounds more Canadian. Ohio. Yeah, I don't know an Ohio accent. All I know is the R's. Like our R, that's an R, like an R.
You're an
America
R.
Yeah. Our R is R. It's not R. And that was one thing when I did go to America. They thought like we have an R at the end of our nose. Like no. They think it's like no. I'm like, well, I never thought of that. There is no R at the end of no. No is no. It's not no.
See, being an American sports fan, I can get away talking to most Americans because I know enough states to know like relevant teams in that state. So even if they're like not, say like a football fan, like I know like the hockey team or something, and it just makes it basically if you can just ask Americans about their sports teams, they'll just go for ages. So it makes it so much easier.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I don't know. It feels like Americans like us Australians. I don't know. Did you get that vibe?
Definitely.
Like I never got when I went over there. There was never. It was always very nice and positive. I don't know why. I know a lot of asshole Australians, so I don't know why they think that we're all nice. But it's good to be. I don't know. They seem to like us for some reason.
I think there's something interesting that happens where like we can understand most Americans
because we grew up with American
Exactly.
TV, right? That's what we did. Like basically all our TV is when we were young was all American, or like Nickelodeon, Disney stuff, like everything. So we get all the vernacular, or most of what word am I losing?
like the accents and the colloquialisms and everything.
Colloquial that one, the colloquial koalaisms. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. Like I get it. Like I understand when they say football, they mean like gridiron.
Yeah.
And when they say I don't know. What do they say?
Like they say pop and soda and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's like, no, it's soft drink.
Fizzy drink, hey?
Fizzy drink. Fizzy drink, soft drink. Or it's Coke. Everything's Coke.
Yep.
Give us a Coke. Could be a Fanta. Could be anything. No, give us a Coke. Yeah, all right. I love it. I find it fun. Just like the differences. Like weird.
But see, what we were just talking about is like we grew up with all the American stuff, but like they don't. The reverse isn't true. Like they didn't grow up with Australian stuff, so like they don't get it as easy as we can understand them.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the person, because I mean nowadays it's they're like just with a lot more media and stuff and social media, they might get a lot more things than maybe when we were growing up.
And Bluey,
yeah, there we are. Drawing on my Bluey here. Which does, like, I never quite understood that. Like for a red-headed person, it's like the opposite.
Sugarbeat says she only likes Chris Hemsworth.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Never met the guy, so I don't know. Could be lovely.
I mean, there's another brother as well, isn't there?
There's
Liam?
two. There's two brothers. He's got an older brother and a younger brother, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's funny on stream. Some people asked if I knew him, but I don't think they would. I don't think they were like being silly. It's like, look, Australia's a pretty bloody big place.
There's 4 of us. We all share a house.
Yeah. And I just went on. I just straight faced it. I was like, yeah. Well, actually, I went to school with him. I went to school with him and his brother.
Well, see, Sugar Beats is talking about Ohio, and one thing that they are known for, particularly in like, you know, the sports world, is that they have, you know, OU, which is, you know, Ohio State University.
Yeah.
Well, OSU, sorry. But they like always refer to it as the Ohio State University, and they get really cranky with you if you say the Ohio State University. It's the Ohio State University.
But it's also the Ohio State University. That's how you say it.
Yeah.
What else is there? I'm just trying to think from when I was, because I went there for I played baseball, and I went there when I was maybe like 14, and that was a bloody blast. That was so much fun.
I never did that. I was going to go to Japan and play, but I ended up...
Oh, did you play baseball?
Yeah.
Oh, I went to Japan for baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
people don't believe me that like Japan is probably like the second biggest place to play baseball in the world.
Oh, dude. It's unreal. They love it there. I was maybe 11 when I went to Japan. So I didn't really experience, like, it was cool, but I don't know, it was very, I don't know, I'd like to go and do Japan properly as an adult.
I think you've got to like, plan it out and do it properly and do it at the right time of year, I hear. But like, you know, making sure you go see the cherry blossoms and all the touristy stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would want to do that. If I was going to go, I reckon I'd do it like more loosey-goosey. Just go and check it out and see what's up. Like maybe do some touristy stuff, but probably not too much. That stuff that doesn't really do it for me personally. I'd rather see what like life is like, and just what's the day in the life and kind of live like them.
Jeremy P asks, "What do you do for work?" ?
Jeremy Piven is on stream. What do I do for work? This. the social media stuff, the drawing, the painting, the courses, the workshops. That is what I do. I'm loving every minute of it. Now, this is a point where we can go one or two ways. I just saw Jeremy's chat in the corner of my eye. Where did I study? So I never know how to actually answer this question from like, even because I was talking about this from one of my old teachers, like of a course that I did like a long time ago. And it's like, are you self-taught? Are you not self-taught? And it's a tough one because it's like, well, I didn't go to school like university for this sort of stuff. I went to university for industrial design, but I dropped out. And yeah, apart from that, it's like I sort of just went online, learnt online, did a few in-person classes here and there, but mostly just learning from like courses online, tutorials. But even if I had a traditional education in this stuff, I think the need to self-study would still be there. Like they're not going to teach you like you're still going to have to. And this was confirmed. I can't remember who it was, but someone was studying at Art Center that was in chat the other day, and she confirmed that you definitely need to do your own study regardless.
And so how's that going to inform you when you do like in-person like workshops and you teach and things like that? How do you think your experience is going to change that?
I would like to think that anyone that's going to take a class of mine is not going to be reliant on me. I want to, like, the goal is self-sufficiency. So I give them less so like more principles and things that they can take away and do it in their own style versus like me teaching them a style, if that makes sense. Because that's ultimate freedom. You can use it to do my style if you want, or do something similar. Or you can use these principles and do it in whatever style you want. You can do it realistic. You can do it like, then you can like draw whatever you want. Basically, I want to just give them like, I don't know, just the stuff that I would have loved to know. When I was sort of, in a similar stage where I'm just like trying to figure all this shit out. And I'm still in that stage, you know, it never ends really. But yeah, I've got to learn to teach as well. That's a skill, just like any other.
Jeremy P says, I think Americans don't know, but the art education is pretty bad in Oz.
Yeah, the only place that I think is legit that I know, like that I've had personal experience with, is CDW here in Adelaide, because people like actually travel here to go to that school, and it was actually one of the. It came about maybe like 13 years ago or something, but it was one of the few that were like actually legit from a like concept art, entertainment design, that kind of stuff standpoint. It wasn't like your art.
I've heard the same.
Art school sort of thing. But yeah, I can only talk for the ones that I've had experience with, and they're fantastic. Not just because I'm going to be teaching there soon, or doing some workshops, but it's because I've done some courses there myself.
Now, Ben, you said half an hour, so you would have 10 minutes to go.
I'd like you to prove that. When did I say that? I don't know. Oh, this is too much fun. Too much fun, but so is it going to be on a smoother computer? I've actually got to double check what time. Let's do a 2-minute break. I'm still just going to be here. Just a little breather, just to see when is... Okay, closes 7 p.m. All right. What's it now? 4:30. 15 more minutes. This guy's been fun. This has been good fun.
I still reckon you should extend it down a little bit and put a little made-up Hogwarts badge on it.
All right. I almost feel like there should be some sort of like creature on his shoulder or something.
Yeah.
Like a dragon.
Is that too much to... That's too much to bite off in 15.
15 minutes not going to happen. We'll do a tie or a badge. I think even this blazer should have a little bit of... See, this is some of the things if I'm thinking about with color, right? If I wanted to like think palette wise or just like color harmony or whatever the fuck. Because a lot of this is very warm. He's got blue eyes, right? But then I could come over the top here and just do a nice soft little like something. Make this maybe a bit cooler. Let's keep it inside the lines. All right. Just a hint of blue, right? Which can make it pop even more. So then if we do put the red tie or like a, I don't know, whatever we put here, if it's going to be a, I don't know, just gives it a little bit of something. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Sometimes I don't know how to articulate myself. I just say, is this going to look cool? And that was another thing that I was talking to Peter Young, which is a teacher up at CDW. He was saying like, yeah, look, sometimes I just draw stuff and I'm not actually thinking too much about it. I'm just asking myself like, is this looking cool or not? I'm like, yeah, me too. Like not everything necessarily has to have so much thought behind. Like I don't want to hesitate saying that because you still want to have thought and there is thought behind it, but a lot of, in amongst all that analytical side of stuff, it's also like, how cool is this looking? Does this make sense? Is it looking good? And then it could just come down to a lot of like trial and error.
George says, hello, Ben. UAU is very nice. Not quite sure what that means.
UAU.
Maybe Oz?
UAU. Or is it meant to be like an emoji but with letters?
Yeah, I don't know.
Got no clue. But hello. Regardless, hello.
Sugarbeat said that she was just Googling Australian slang and wanted to know, are we excited for Chrissy?
We are excited. I am excited for Chrissy. My Chrissy's going to be happening in about an hour. My present to myself. Get my laptop, so freaking pumped. But yeah, no, it's looking forward to it. Nice little break. Get to hang out with the fam. What about yourself, Sam? You celebrate Christmas?
We're doing that as well.
Yeah.
My wife's family, my wife's extended family is traveling from a bunch of different states to all stay near us, and we're going to have a big family bash. So it's going to be like, it's going to be like 40 people. They start flying in like this week.
Right.
It's going to be an absolute madhouse.
It'll be hectic, man. Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be Yeah, it's going to be...
You're going to have a good sleep that night. I don't know. I'm just knackered after a lot of family stuff personally. Especially if it's family like that I'm not like, not comfortable, but just you don't always see. And then there's a lot of talking, and it's a lot of like, oof.
It's hard as well when it's not your family. Like, you know, like it is your family, but it's like your wife's family. So like, you know, you're kind of a bit of a shoe-in.
Yep. Exactly what you're talking about. Oh, it's good fun nonetheless. The food is what I'm after. I'll train hard this week. Get in the gym and get prepared to feast.
Surya0710 says, do you call electrical guys Sparky?
We do.
We do. We call them all that.
Call up the Sparkies. We've got the
Chippy.
A chippy is a carpenter and also a potato chip. More so if you're talking to a child. It's like, you want a chippy? Who else? We got we call plumbers, I guess. There's not like a plumbo or anything like that.
Just general tradies.
Tradies, yeah. Oh shit, something's broken. Call up the tradie.
Speaking of chippies, have you seen Sam Cotton's work on Instagram?
Sam Cotton, no. I may have, but it doesn't ring a bell.
So I'm gonna have to send this to you. Sam Cotton, he's I don't even really know how to describe what he does. He just started posting like little animated videos of like seagulls and random Australian things.
Oh, is this with the hands?
You know, silly.
And they're just like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And it's gone crazy, and now he's got a book that's come out, and it is fantastic, and it's all about chippies, and it's kills my wife and I. We just watch them. Oh man.
Oh, that's great. That's funny. That I like that. I like his stuff.
Baha says, Ben, how do you flip your canvas quickly? What I mean is, what shortcut do you use for it?
Okay, so this is another custom shortcut that I made. Command F to flip it quick, which I think maps to image. What is it? Canvas, flip canvas horizontal. I believe that it maps to that. Or it maps to flip horizontal in view. One thing you've got to take into account though, if you've got a brush that is like angled in any way and you flip it, it's not going to work the same way all the time. It does some funky stuff sometimes, but you can map a shortcut, Command F, to view, flip horizontal.
And do you use your graphics tablet, so your XP pen? Do you use that just as an input device, and then the cursor is projected up onto the screen, or do you?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't know. The screen's not really big enough for me to want to, and it's scratched to buggery as well, just from using it so much. And it's 2K. It's not. I'm a bit precious with that sort of stuff. It's 2K. It's not 5K that this screen is. So it's like a little bit less resolution, and it's, I don't know, and just like this just feels better. But even with streaming and stuff. But this is what I usually work with.
Furley says this is probably going to be another 1 hour.
Furley, no, it can't be. I've got to pick up my new baby.
Papa's got a brand new bag.
Yeah, boy. And that means
Sugar
I can
Beet
put out
says,
more
I
content.
think he should get earrings.
Should he get earrings? Or gives him a bit of a different look, a bit of an edge maybe. And then he can have like slits on the side of his head. And then... See, this is the thing. Invention. We can like do anything we bloody want. And he can even have like a peacock feather. So he's like 80s style. Like all whatever we want.
No, Daddy, I'll do what I want.
No, thank you, Daddy.
CMG Villager asks, what are your New Year goals?
I don't really believe in New Year's goals personally. If I'm going to do something, I'll do it tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like when I decide to do it, I'll do it. Yeah, not a fun answer, but it's... I've found... What's the point of waiting? If it's something that you want to do, go for it.
But you would have like yearly goals, as in like, hey, this year I'd like to achieve, X figure with, the business or something.
Maybe, but I'm more of a process sort of guy, and those things will kind of come. Because I think if you tie yourself too much to the figures, then you get caught up too much in the figures, and you might not stay on the path if the figures aren't matching up to exactly when you like what you want, if you know what I mean. Particularly like if we're talking about figures like social numbers or sales numbers and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's not really like a hard and fast rule, I guess, that I'm saying. I don't know. That's just like my general consensus of, say, if we're thinking about, say, health and fitness and that kind of thing, for example. If we're saying, I want to go to the gym more. There is really no, like, the difference between December 31st and January 1st is nothing. It's all kind of just made up, really, if you think about it. So there's no reason why you shouldn't join the gym today and get started on that habit now. But yeah, no, you're right. There could be like business goals and that kind of stuff to work towards. And maybe I want to grow this YouTube channel, let's say, as like a loose goal. I want to really double down on YouTube. And try and figure this whole thing out. But when it comes to those kind of personal goals and like the habit forming things, it's like, just start. It's just, I almost feel, I don't know, kind of feels like another form of procrastination if you're like, oh, I'll wait till the new year. Because I just see it every year, because I've been going to the gym for years and years and years now. And you just see the influx of people go to the gym, New Year's, and it's annoying because it's packed. And I'll just be like, it's fine, just wait 3 weeks, and then it's back to pretty much where it was before. So it's, I don't know.
Maybe we got to get you that sketchbook.
Maybe. There you go. That could be my... Well, there you go. I'll just go down to Office Works right now and get it. If I was serious about it, I'd stop the stream and do... I'm just not that serious about that. I'm probably more serious about, doing the YouTube and growing the business, I guess. Which is good. I got some cool things lined up. Business-wise, like, got some cool collaborations in the mix, which will be fun. Another thing, I guess, I want to sink more time into Make Now, Think Later, like the brand and business that Francis and I have started from the podcast side of things and the content creation side of stuff. I really want to sort of double down and pump content with that. Because that's just really fun. And it's like another outlet to, just talk about the business side of content creation and maybe get some guests on. But yeah, no, it's exciting times. Fun and exciting times.
Kuro says, hi, Ben and chat.
Hello, was it Kuro?
Kuro.
Welcome. Kuro.
Jeremy P says, damn, sorry, I have no idea what you said. My internet stuffed up. Big ups, man. People don't know that if you're not actively learning to draw or how to paint, then you can be spinning your wheels and not improve. Really impressive.
I'm sorry, what was that in? Thank you. That sounds lovely. I can't remember.
I think
we're like three conversations
about improving.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. And he says, "Oh, did you go to CDW?" Yeah, I did. I didn't go there from like a curriculum standpoint. I went there before they were a part of any university. I just went and did 2 courses. I did a course with Tim McBurney, he's now a YouTuber, and Peter Yong. They're both fantastic artists, Adelaide artists. So I think Tim has the drawing codex on YouTube. I'd love to actually have a chat to. I haven't talked to him since I did the course, which was like 10 years ago or something. Hopefully I'll bump into him when I start doing some workshops there. That'd be cool.
Sugarbeat says, I have Hanukkah. I don't know how to give that an Australian slang.
You have Hanukkah. Oh, cool. Hono. Happy Hono, mate. We chuck O's at the end of stuff. Like you go into or we call say the liquor store is a bottle-o.
Bottle-o, yeah. Servo,
the service station, or your gas station.
Gas station.
Yep. Is a servo. The smoko, smoke break.
Yep.
What else is there?
I mean, I'm sure there'd be a Vapo by now.
A Vapo. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. With the new generation. That shit's probably just as bad for you as smoking, I bet. There's going to be like studies come out. Fucking...
Legrand Vincent says, hello, sorry to interrupt, but isn't the line of the eyes a bit askew compared to the line of the nose and the mouth?
How dare you point out my flaws.
Banned off the stream.
That's it. Nah, there's definitely some structural stuff off. And we can diagnose that. Pun fully intended, diagnose. So we've got let's just throw that across here, right? There's kind of like the line of the nose, then you've got the line of the eyes, then you've got the line kind of the lips. So things are a little bit askew, right? Which is fine. Like there's a little study. I'm not going for perfection, but there's ways that we can work backwards and fix this. Right? We can either use the liquify tool, which I'm not a super big fan of using, or we could move this nostril, and let's say this is where the line of the eyes are, and we just sort of maybe move that nostril this way, maybe a tad, or maybe the whole nose shape. To make it more...
Sugarbeat says, going to sleep. Thank you both for the entertainment.
See you later, Sugarbeats. Great to have you again.
Bye.
Hopefully see you in the next one. Now you see, I'm very conscious. I've got to stop doing resting bitch face when I'm drawing. I get very serious. Like sometimes my eyebrow goes up because I'm trying to figure stuff out. So I'm not annoyed. I'm very, very happy. I'm just trying to figure it out.
So yeah, 0710 says, what laptop are you getting?
I'm getting an M1 Max, 64 gig RAM, 10 something neuro core something, and a 32 something another neuro core. I don't know what the other shit is. All I know is going to be fast as hell, and I'm going to be able to pump out content a heck of a lot faster, because this thing can barely do video editing. And I can actually, I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to actually move things around as fast as I can think, versus like move something, wait. I think I've just gotten so used to that I don't realize it. But it's an investment. It pained me a little bit, but it's going to be worth it. Yeah, these lips as well.
Ahmen Aldoori says, because of AI, I just feel like, what's the point anymore? I've temporarily lost passion for drawing.
I like that keyword, temporarily. That's the key word there, my friend. So this would be a good time to have saved the timestamp of where I went on my whole idea of thinking about AI art. So it's back further. I had a big rant about it. It was a positive vibe in general. My thoughts around it, ways to potentially think about it. So it is a little bit earlier on in the stream, maybe at like the hour mark. I think it was fairly early on.
Yeah, I think we were about half an hour in.
Half an hour, yeah. So, somewhere around there. So you should be able to find it. I just don't want to be repeating myself with everyone.
But Prathav, here's a little bit of input from my experience. And
yeah, go for it, man.
Sam, I do this as a career, but something I said the other day on Instagram is that I was drawing and creating and telling stories and all of those sorts of things before I was paid to do it. And if my career goes extinct, I mean, I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll find something else to do and find another way of, making my skills marketable, but I'll still be creating and I'll still go ahead and be, drawing and painting and things like that because I want to do it. It's something I'm passionate about for me. Even if it's no longer a marketable skill, which I personally doubt will happen, I'm still going to be doing it for me because I get satisfaction out of it. And I'm pretty sure someone like Ben would be the same.
Yeah, 100%. And Prathav, an analogy I use, which may be a broken analogy, but it's kind of like Magnus Carlsen. He's like the best chess player in the world. There's AI that beats chess, but people still love watching Magnus play. They follow him. They follow everything that he does, all of his tournaments and that kind of thing. But there's an AI that could like just beat him. So a big part of what I was saying, just to briefly go over it, is we've got to bring some humanity back into your artwork, and I think be more entrepreneurial in the thought process of jobs in the art space. Be less reliant on studios and that kind of stuff, and more reliant on building an audience that like you as an artist and what you stand for and what you say, how you explain things, how the stories that you tell, but that in a nutshell, that was sort of the feeling that I have to it. I'm not super concerned because I was going down that route, AI or not.
Jeremy P says, hey, I remember when CDW wasn't a course. Damn, Tim McBurney has really improved.
Jeremy, are you an Adelaide boy? Or did you go to CDW? Because I was there the other night. they invited me over to the student showcase, which was really cool.
CMG Villager says, has anyone ever stolen your art? If so, how did you deal with that situation, or how would you?
Stolen my art? I don't think so. I hope not. It really, it depends, right? It's like risk and reward. What am I going to do? Like, am I going to pay lawyers to go after him? It depends on my loss. You know what I mean? Like, for what does it's a pretty broad question of like stealing. Like, if someone stole this and said I did this, well, I guess the benefit of showing time lapses on most all of my work and recording most of my work is I can just be like, no, you didn't. Here's proof. Here's the receipts. I did it. And then there's that. So
Jeremy P says, Simon Cowell is another amazing Sydney concept artist who is self-taught.
I'm familiar. I don't know.
Isn't Simon Cowell the grumpy guy from
America's Got Talent?
Yeah.
That too. But no, that guy, that rings a bell actually. I don't think I've ever met the guy, but I know him.
From me.
It's a no from me. He's not that cockney. Have you seen him with the actually the AI singing, where he's like singing with Elvis? That was funny.
No, I haven't seen that.
There are a couple of I think Australian guys have an AI company that do the deep fake face stuff, and they like put their deep fake on singers to make it look like old singers or like other people, and they put it on him, and he was singing. It was pretty funny.
CMG Villager says, I think this is the perfect time for artists to come together. Like, I'm glad a lot of artists are coming together due to the whole AI situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anytime that people are coming together for a good cause is always good. But as I mentioned earlier, it's funny. It's not just the art industry that's having all these thoughts and concerns and worries. As I was talking about with GPT, Chat GPT, you got developers that are like, shit, is my job going to be around in the next 5 years? You know, you got writers, you got like definitely a lot of other creative fields that are thinking similar stuff.
Jeremy P says, I'm from Melbourne. I went to their first crash course in 2012. Then I went to CDA for a bit. I wanted to go to Adelaide to do the course in 2016, but didn't have the funds. Now I'm doing it in Melbourne next year.
Nice, man. Yeah, because they've opened up a school there, haven't they? Yeah, they're doing well.
I looked at doing their one of their online intensive ones.
Yeah?
Yeah. I ended up just buying your course instead because it's much better. Shameless plug. No.
Well, now I'm working with them, so you can. I think it's going to be recorded, the workshop, maybe. I don't know. It's going to be probably something around like stylized characters. It'd be like maybe it'd be a shorter workshop. I'm not sure, but we're figuring something out. But anyway, I reckon I might leave this guy here for now. I might come back next stream and sort of finish him off as like a first to do. I do want to get a bit of sculpting in, but that's all right. Oh. Oof. Man, oh man. just have a couple of minutes wind down. So while we're here, let's chuck open the old Instagram. And big shout out and thank you to Sam.
It's been a pleasure.
Sam Scribble, everyone. Give him the old follow, the follow-roo. Go check out his work. Give him some love. Whoa, what did I click on? Back, yeah. So, yeah, I enjoyed having the chats with you, Sam, and just being able to focus on the painting, whether it's every time that I stream or once a week or once every couple of weeks. I'll sort out a schedule if you want to continue doing this. Like, how'd you find it, chat? Was it good? Did it flow better? Because I mean, at the end of the day, I want the stream to keep progressing the stream, the quality and that kind of stuff. But I enjoyed it from my side of things. It'll be interesting to hear from your guys' side. We'll wait for a couple minutes, then I've got to pick up my present. I cannot wait.
Are you going to write on your own card?
Hey?
Are you going to write on your own card for your
I'm going to...
You're going to say...
I'm going to make my own card on the laptop. Awesome. Good stream. I enjoyed, Sam. Very, very good. Fantastic. Well, I like you, Sam.
Pleasure, guys.
This is good news. Who have we got? Got any last chat messages before I head off? I want to go to Adelaide. Yep, I just saw something somewhere all at once. Yeah, saw something somewhere all at once. There's something that I want to go see as well. Apparently it's really good. I've been hearing good things. I just saw us. Is this mate from Hufflepuff? Gryffindor. Thank you very much. Can you not see the tie? Who's going to get that game? That was pretty sick. I don't know if I'll get the game. I'll probably watch some stuff on YouTube though. The one game...
You're not much of a gamer though, are you?
I'm not. You know what I am? When the next Grand Theft Auto comes out, I will get that and a PlayStation 5. Just for that game. When that new Grand Theft Auto comes out, whew, game over. Or game on. Likely. Okay, let's have a look at this likelihood quickly. The artist. What is it? Likelihood. Is this one? Likelihood art? Oh, very nice. Shapes. Beautiful work. Nice. Yeah. See, this is what I was talking about with like the work in progress stuff. This is almost more interesting to me. This sort of stuff than like the final polished things. A beautiful work. I like the likeness here. Very nice. Very nice. Alright. Also, Everything Everywhere is on cable right now. Probably won't be here then. I don't know what cable. Wouldn't be on Foxtel or anything. But anyway, I've got to run. I cannot wait. I'm getting my hands on this bad boy ASAP. getting the laptop, and who knows? I might do a stream tomorrow just because I'm so bloody excited. I've got a full day of work tomorrow up in the city with recording podcasts with Francis, but we'll see how we go. But thank you again, everyone. Thank you very much, Sam. Everyone, go give Sam some love, and let's do this again. This was fun, Sam.
Sounds good.
And appreciate you, everyone. You have a great rest of your day, night, wherever you're at. And I'll be seeing you in the next one. All right. Catch ya.
There you go. I think that went pretty well.
That went smooth.